welcome in, welcome in. Everybody grab a seat. I hope you hit the like button as you came in. We are about to go into our military trial. Oh boy, and do we have some things to catch up. I am going to be playing it at a faster speed, but if at any point in time you feel like the speed is too fast, just let me know. We can turn it down a little, tune it down a little bit, but I want to try to get through some of this testimony as best as we can. But with the understanding of understanding the testimony, of what we have going on here. So, welcome. I am going to play Elise just to get y'all kind of wake you guys up, especially our people that it's already 1, 2 in the morning for them. Let me just kind of wake them up. They can bob in their bed or whatever they need to do. I'm your girl, Sweet Pea, and we're about to go into this military trial, okay, guys? Yes.
Take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like, grab a squeeze on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Pea's in the building, we be learning with pride. Mine's on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film free therapist, keeping everyone in the groove. Right to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate, take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Pea's got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Pea's got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made of gold. Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Pea's million strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Okay, without further ado, let's go ahead and get into this trial and see what we can cover for today.
Case. Biology. I have technical review, and then an administrative review is administrative in nature. It looks to make sure that you have all the pages appropriate, make sure the evidence is returned, And so these 2 rounds of review really ensure that we are reporting out appropriate results.
And have you been qualified as an expert in the field of forensic biology?
I have.
Okay, I'd move at this point to qualify Dr. Matthews as an expert in the field of forensic biology.
Any objection? She's so qualified.
So I want to talk a little bit about the lab procedures in general for DNA testing, and then we'll talk about the work that you did in this specific case. So in general, when an item comes into the lab and it's marked for DNA and other things, say latent prints or ballistics, what's the order of operations for the lab?
So as a laboratory, it's important that we don't impact other forensic science work. So to not impact other forensic science work, DNA is special and gets to go first. As you may be aware, all of our forensic scientists are humans, and therefore they have the potential to have DNA on their bodies. So we have to keep all DNA evidence very sterile to prevent any potential contamination. Because of this, DNA sampling is always performed prior to any other latent print examination or firearm examination or chemistry. So DNA does occur first, and then if an item is going to proceed through the laboratory, it will then proceed through other sections of the laboratory.
Okay. Now, if you're looking for blood on an item, is there a process that will happen before you start doing DNA testing?
There is. It's called DNA screening or biological screening. So the job of the DNA analyst is first to identify potential biological material. There's different ways we do this. During biological screening, our job is to use both visual cues, different microscopes and light sources to identify areas on an object that may have biological material. So that's during biological screening. We might use special flashlights or different types of lights as well as microscopes to identify is there any potential biological material left on an object. Blood, for example, has a red-brown appearance. So we might be looking for any potential red-brown appearance on an object.
And did you do that with a number of items in this case?
I did, yes.
Okay, were you submitted, let me just count really quick, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 14 potential items to test.
Can I refer to my report?
If it'll refresh your recollection.
My report will list all items that I processed during my report. Yes, there are 14 items that were submitted for analysis.
Okay, and then were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 of them, did 7 of them go through pre-screening, if you will, or biological screening?
I'm going to refer to my report again. 1, 2, 7 of them did undergo what we call biological screening, where I would have been looking for potential staining. Additional items had presumptive testing performed on them. They were received as swabs, which meant they came in as long cotton swabs.
Okay. So let's start with the actual physical evidence that you looked at and did biological screening on. The first being a case for a Glock handgun. What screening did you do on that?
So I received a Glock case, a plastic case, and I first looked for any potential staining on that object. I used both my own vision as well as using a microscope and identified some areas that had potential staining. Those were then tested for presumptive testing for blood.
Okay. And when you say presumptive testing for blood, is that a chemical test?
So presumptive testing at the laboratory, we use a test called Kaplan-Meier. This is a quick chemical reaction in which we can take a little bit of the sample and we can add 2 different chemicals on it, and if there's a potential of blood, it will change color to this bright hot pink. So when we perform this testing, if we see no color change, that indicates that we can rule out the presence of blood. If we get a positive reaction where we have that color change, it means it's presumptive positive for blood. The word presumptive is going to indicate that we cannot rule out the presence of blood, but we can't say for sure that it is in fact blood. It is a presumptive test, which means that it's not specific for blood itself. So I did perform presumptive testing on that Glock case, and it was found to be chemically negative for the presence of blood, which means I could rule out the presence of blood on that item.
Okay, and we've already talked about order of operations. You're doing your testing before ballistics has come back, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so your testing happens before the police department knows which of the 2 weapons matches the bullets that were fired.
Every case is different. In this case, I believe my analysis was performed first. And so I received these items. The firearms did come into my possession, and therefore they wouldn't make their way to firearms until after I had processed them.
Okay. So did you also process a magazine and 16 cartridges with tag number 1069947?
You refer to my report? I did, yes.
Okay. On screening, did you find any blood that warranted further testing?
There was no visual cues for the presence of blood, therefore no chemical test was performed. I used the microscope and my own vision and determined there was no areas for me to test for potential blood.
Okay. Now, item 1069951 is a Sig Sauer handgun. Did you test that?
I did.
And tell the jury your results regarding that.
So that item, there were areas of potential staining. I performed that Kaplan-Meier testing and it was presumptive negative for the presence of blood. Therefore, I can rule out the presence of blood on that 6-hour pistol.
Okay, and I'm going to approach it if I may, Judge.
Yes.
What is exhibit 350?
These are images from my bench notes that I take while in the laboratory.
And are those true and accurate copies of photographs that you took of that 6-hour handgun?
Yes.
Okay. I'd move at this point for the admission and publication of State's Exhibit 350.
Any objection? 350 is officially published.
Yes, it has areas circled.
Okay, and what color is it?
Pink.
And then I'm going to show you also State's Exhibit 276. What is 276?
So, just looking for, 276 is a box containing item 1069951.
Okay, the same 6-hour handgun?
The same 6-hour handgun. You can actually even see my initials on some of these items inside.
Okay. And when we look at 360, can you point with the laser pointer there for the jury where you chemically tested for blood?
So what we're looking at this photo up here. Make sure that I can point here. This photo up here, we have what I just arbitrarily call side B. We have side A and side B. And we see these areas circled with a dotted pink line. These are areas that I had a visual indication of potential blood. I then performed our Kastle-Meyer, KM for Kastle-Meyer, and found that that area was presumptive negative for the presence of blood. So I was able to rule out the presence of blood on this area of the handle.
Okay. And visually, there was nowhere else that you saw that warranted testing?
No, and so what I reported out was that I had visually tested the pistol, but that the magazine and cartridges were visually negative for the presence of blood. There were no areas of staining for me to test.
And you do that with a microscope?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you tested the grip, you can rule out blood?
When we do a chemical test, we can rule out the presence of blood.
Okay. And then when we talk about the other items that you tested chemically and visually, 1069951 is light from a handgun, magazine, 20 cartridges from magazine, and a cartridge from a chamber. Were those items also visually negative?
Yes, those are visually negative. That's what we're seeing here in these photos. This was the chamber cartridge that arrived in a little jewelry box, and then we see here the magazine, and then the light is attached onto that firearm, and then we have the 20 cartridges here next to the magazine.
In addition to the 6-hour, did you also test a Glock handgun and magazine?
I did, yes.
Okay, and what were your results on that?
I'm going to refer to my report.
So refresh your recollection.
So this is for item 1069955.
Okay. And what were your results with regard to the Glock?
So there was a Glock handgun and a magazine. The Glock handgun and magazine were both tested using that presumptive test, and they were found to be presumptive negative for the presence of blood. Therefore, I ruled out the presence of blood on both the magazine and the Glock handgun.
Okay.
There was also cartridges in the magazine, similar to this one here. There were cartridges within the magazine, and then a chamber cartridge as well. Those were visually negative for the presence of blood, meaning there was no indication of staining for me to test.
Okay. And then finally, did you have a sample of a bottom of a mattress?
Yes, there was a swab. So again, we get these, sometimes on scene, items are collected using a swab with cotton on the end. It looks like a large Q-tip. And so I received a swab that was indicated to be from a mattress.
Okay. And what were your screening results for that?
That item was found to be presumptive positive for blood. Therefore, I was unable to rule out the presence of blood.
Okay. Now, so of all the things that you did presumptive testing on, the only positive you had was from that mattress?
That mattress,
or screening?
But also there was organic material that was submitted that was also tested.
Okay. Oh, you did presumptive testing on that as well?
Yes, there was an item that was received, and I performed presumptive testing on that.
Of course. Tell the jury about that.
So there was an item received. It was unclear what that item really was. I reported it out as possible organic material. It was very brittle in nature. But there was staining on that item. It came from a trash can, and that was presumptive positive for the presence of blood.
Okay. And if I can approach, I'll show you what I've marked for identification as State Exhibit 351. Or I could change 361. What is 361?
361 is, again, images taken directly from my bench notes while I'm performing analysis in the laboratory.
I do have this 350.
It is 351. Sorry, that was 350 and 351. I'm sorry, tell the jury again what 351 is.
Okay, so 351 is a snapshot of the images I take while processing in the laboratory.
Okay, and is that possible organic material?
Yes.
And are you noting on there there's some X's on there? What are those to denote?
In that image, there are little X's, and these are areas that I tested for that, using that Kastle-Meyer testing to determine whether blood was potentially present.
I'd move at this point for the admission and publication of 351.
No objection, Judge.
Submitted, you may publish.
Okay. And can you show the jury with your laser pointer where those X's are, where you tested?
So you're going to see little yellow X's here. This is side A, side B, and then you'll have a little segment here. All three of these areas were presented, tested for blood, and found to be presented positive for the presence of blood.
Now I want to talk just a little bit about your DNA analysis and results. Can you describe for the jury how the DNA analysis process happens?
So once a biologist has determined potential biological material, the next step is really to isolate our DNA. So DNA is a molecule that's found within your body. Your body is made up of trillions of cells, and inside that you have a copy of your DNA. Now we know about DNA because we know that it can influence your disease risk, it can tell you whether you have blue eyes, how tall you are, but also it's unique to you. So in forensics, we can use it as potentially identifying an individual that may have come into contact with an object or a scene. So once I've identified areas of biological material, I then will need to isolate that DNA. So the first step is to isolate and extract that DNA. DNA is nice and cozy inside those cells, and so we break open those cells using heat and chemicals, and we bring the DNA into solution. The next step, we need to know generally how much DNA is in a sample. And we do that through a process called quantification. Quantification will give us a rough estimate of how much DNA is present, how a sense of the quality of DNA, is there potential degradation in the sample, and also can tell us whether male DNA is present in the sample. Once quantification is performed, we then know if we have enough DNA to proceed forward to generate a profile. This step, the third step, is going to be amplification. Amplification is a way of looking at specific regions of the DNA. DNA is a big, large molecule. We want to know the information at 24 specific locations, and so what we do is during amplification, we make lots and lots of copies of those specific areas. These areas are known to be inherited, and in our profile, we're talking about only these 24 areas in the genome, or in the piece of DNA. So during the third step, we make lots and lots of copies, and the reason we make lots of copies is DNA is so small we can't really see it with a naked eye or a microscope. So we make lots of copies, and then on the fourth step, we detect it. We use a genetic analyzer, a machine that is able to visualize the DNA and gives us a printout of the information that is at those 24 locations in the DNA.
Okay. And you went through that process with a number of items, is that correct?
Yes.
I'd like to kind of take them in order. You had tag number 1069962, which was labeled as placard 30. What were your results from placard 30?
May I refer to my reports?
If it'll refresh your recollection.
Placard 30 is 1069962. This came as a swab from scene. It was labeled placard 30. It was extracted, so I extracted that DNA. It had enough DNA at quantification, so I generated a profile from that sample. That sample had what we call a major contributor, major component. This is an individual that is contributing more DNA to a sample than an additional individual. So we have a major contributor in that sample, and that major component matched Saria Hildabrand. And is it Zarrius? So Zarrius Hildabrand was excluded as a possible contributor of that major component from placard 30.
And I'm going to go ahead and pass around what's previously been identified as states and introduced as States Exhibit 181. You weren't on the scene. You don't know where placard 30 was, right?
The only indication I have is in communications with law enforcement. It indicated a potential, like, cleaning object or vacuum or something.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm sitting around States Exhibit 181, which is where placard 30 was located. And you said that that was a match for Saria Hildabrand in the major component of that DNA sample?
The major component did match Saria Hildabrand. Therefore, she cannot be excluded as a possible contributor of that sample.
Can you put any statistical weight on that analysis?
Yes.
And what is that?
When we can perform different statistical calculations to help give us an idea of how rare an evidentiary profile might be, how common, how often we might see it in a population. And so it really asks those simple questions: is how rare is a profile, and how many times we would expect to see it in a population. So when I calculate a statistic on that major component from placard 30 sample, I found it was rarer than 1 in 330 billion. So 330 billion, I know, is a really big, large number. It is roughly 1,000 times the population of the United States. So it's quite a large number, and it's actually a truncated number. So we report out our ceiling is 330 billion because it's easier to conceptualize 330 billion. And so that tells me that that profile is extremely rare, and I would not expect to see that profile from placard 30. It's rarer than 1 in 330 billion.
Okay. When the next item you tested was a grip sample from that Sig Sauer, it's tag 1069969. How did that sample come to you?
The 6 hour was swabbed prior to arriving at the laboratory. So the item was swabbed for potential, what we call transfer DNA. This would be DNA that someone came into contact, potential skin contact with an object. So think of when you're holding an object where you might come into contact. So the grip was swabbed, I believe, in the 6 hour. It came as a swab, and that did not have enough DNA to proceed forward. At that quantification step, it indicated that there was insufficient DNA for me to proceed forward with that extract at that time.
Is that an unusual result?
It's not unusual in the sense that sometimes samples do not have enough DNA, and we have to ensure the integrity of the evidence, so we must maintain at least half of that evidence, whether it's the physical evidence itself, so if we have a piece of a stain, we have to maintain at least half of it, or half of the extract. So when I report out that it's insufficient, it means that there's not enough in that extract for me to proceed forward with half of it. We want to preserve that other half just in case additional testing is needed.
Now, did you also test a sample from, it's tag number 1069975 from placard 7?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped tag 1069970, a sample from the Glock.
So again, the Glock firearm that I screened in-house was swabbed prior to arriving at the laboratory, which means areas of that transfer DNA were swabbed prior to me screening it for potential blood. That sample also had insufficient DNA for me to proceed forward to generate any profiles.
And then 1069975, a swab from placard 7. Can you tell the jury what your results from placard 7 were?
So placard 7 was again a swab from the scene, and it was, I'm going to refer to my report, it was inconclusive for the presence of DNA. What that means is at quantification, there was not enough information for me to say for sure that there's DNA in that sample or not.
And just for the jury's recall, I'm going to go ahead and pass around State's Exhibit 109. It's this side, so they can see where placard 7 was taken from. So it sounds like the SIG, the Glock, and placard 7, none of those had sufficient DNA to test further. They didn't get through quantification.
Yes, there was not enough DNA for me to generate a profile.
Okay. Did you have 2 swabs from a trash can, 1347617 and 1347618?
Yes.
And what can you tell the jury about those swabs?
Both of those swabs had sufficient DNA at that quantification step, which means there was enough DNA that I could generate a profile, but no profile was generated at that time.
Why not?
When we're processing cases, we are unable to generate profiles from all samples. So at the time, I generated a first round of profiles, and I was already going to be working another object from the trash can.
Okay, and is that piece of organic material?
Yes.
Okay, and is there a difference between STR analysis and, well, your report indicates sufficient DNA for STR analysis from that trash can sample. What is STR?
STR is an acronym. It starts for short tandem repeats. When I told you about the amplification step where we're only looking at those 24 locations, we're looking at short tandem repeats at those 24 locations. Short tandem repeats are repeated elements within the DNA. So some people have only 6 repeated elements, some have 7, and so these differences between individuals allow us to identify profiles that are unique to an individual.
Okay, and it sounds like there was sufficient DNA in those trash can samples, but based on your results from the organic material, you didn't go further?
No, when I initially issued my report, I proceeded forward with that organic material first, but those samples are preserved should additional testing be needed.
Okay, so let's talk about that organic material. It's tag 1347621-1. Tell the jury what your results were relative to that piece of organic material.
So what you notice here is, as I pointed out earlier, we tested in different locations, but in purple here is the area that I sampled. So the purple box is the area that I actually sampled and extracted the DNA from. And so when I extracted the DNA, there was sufficient DNA for me to generate a profile. That profile was a single source profile that matched Saria Hildabrand. Therefore, Saria.
So is she just testifying on here telling us that his DNA was on all the stuff that he bought that we already know that his DNA should be on? Y'all talk to me. Because if so, I may have to cut her off. Look, next, we don't need to hear about stuff that we already know about. I hear her talking about garbage cans and stuff, and I'm like, okay, that sounds like some stuff that we already know about. Like, we seen him in the store getting this stuff, so unless she about to tell me something different. Here we go. Let me see. Who is the next witness they got coming up?
As they're investigating how they're going to proceed forward, and one of those decisions is, does this look like a homicide or a suicide? And so he can't conclusively say one way or the other. He'll try to take a stand and say, yes, I know for a certainty that this, but he'll be able to testify as to his observations and what he did in response to those observations. And part of that testimony may be that I have my observations and my training experience, my years of being, and I'm assuming he's come across suicides in the past. He can differentiate between his experience with suicides and his experience with homicides. And so, over your objection, I'm going to allow him to testify to that. If it gets to an expert level, you can renew your objection. But I'm not taking that as expert testimony. I'm taking it as an officer talking about his experience.
And for the record, we're making this objection pursuant to Stacy v. State and the due process clauses of the state and federal constitution.
All right, thank you. Anything else?
Okay.
No, I just note.
Okay, so it appears that this next witness is a person that's going to be testifying in regards to what sewer slide looks like versus to, I guess, redrum?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And this does appear to be the state's last witness, just so y'all know. And then we can go into the defense case.
And tell them how long you've been in law enforcement and what you do.
Sure. Hi, good morning. Whether they're homicide person, but normally we all get together as for homicide.
Just so y'all know, Take It to Trial has qualified him as a witness, so we skip over all his credentials. Let's get to the meat of this.
As a homicide.
You went to headquarters?
Agent Impact, and I think we actually met him.
Left.
Yes, ma'am.
And you asked Mr. Hildabrand to turn the air conditioner off?
Yes, ma'am. I was made aware that Zarrius was in the parking lot, so I talked to him for about...
The jury's heard a little bit, but how does the homicide unit function when a call comes in? How are tasks divvied up?
So normally this one came in during the day. We were at a training, down at the training facility. It was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But as acting sergeant, I get called on all call-outs, whether they're homicides, missing persons, infant deaths, suspicious deaths, kidnappings. So we have quite a bit, and then they kind of get filtered through me. So in this case I got informed about a missing person case that I felt warranted me to look into personally. So I left training, and then myself and Detective Elby went and started investigating this as a missing person. But normally we all get together as a homicide unit. We get together, we hear briefings from the patrol officers, read the patrol officers' reports, and then at that point we start divvying out the jobs, so to speak, things that need to be done.
Okay, and did you receive the initial report in this case eventually?
Eventually I did, yes.
Okay, and what day did you get that report on?
I got it on the 8th of August, 23.
And that was a report that had been made on the evening of the 7th?
Yes.
Okay, and who was the patrol officer that took the initial report?
So Officer Zhang took the initial report of the missing person. I was contacted by Officer Freitag, who was working the front desk. On the 8th, he told me that...
Justin.
Can you rephrase that?
I was informed that somebody was wanting to talk to me about the case. The missing person's mother and aunt were in town, so I responded to the station to talk to them, to the headquarters.
Okay, and is that Meredith Barney and Brittany Monson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so you went to headquarters to talk to them?
Yes, ma'am, I did. It took me about an hour to get there, so unfortunately when I did get there, after trying to locate the report, because there was some issue with, once the report is done, it was done on the 7th, the same night, it goes through a approval process through the sergeants, and so it's often in internet land somewhere, and so I just didn't have access to it, but I eventually was able to get it approved in actual hard copy in my hands so I could read it. Okay. But by the time I got there, they were both gone from the headquarters. Okay.
And upon reviewing Officer Zhang's report, were there some initial, what I'll call red flags?
Yes, ma'am. The biggest one would be the time frame of the report from the actual missing person.
Okay. And that was over 30 hours?
That was over 30 hours, yes, which is concerning in my eye.
Okay. And what action did you take from there?
While I was still at headquarters, I was contacted by Army CID, Agent Pimpek. We discussed the case. He told me a few things which also raised concern to look more into this. So I talked to him for about 30 minutes or so. Then I did a little bit of research on their names. Zarrius Hildabrand and Saria Hildabrand, neither one of them were in our system. We never had contact with either one of them before. She was in the state system, and that's only because Officer Zhang created what's called an absent ID for her. So anytime it's missing person and we don't have her in the Alaska, and absent is the same thing basically as DMV. Probably if you have a driver's license here, you're all in absent, and you guys go down and create your ID cards at the DMV. If the person's not available, such in this case as a missing person, we create one for her. So it's just a driver's license number for her in Alaska. But after that, we actually responded to 5210 Mockingbird Drive, the Alpine Apartments, to make contact with Zarrius. And then when we got there, we actually made contact with Saria's mom and aunt in the parking lot, talked to them.
And where did you speak with them at?
We talked to them in the parking lot, right outside the building of 5210.
Okay. And was that a fairly lengthy conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did they give you some information about Saria's general habits?
They did. We talked about, and I think we actually met them inside the lobby of the rental office, but eventually we had moved outside to the parking lot. Talked about kind of her and Zarrius's relationship, how long they've been married, that sort of thing. I was informed when she last talked to her via text on Saturday night, and then we went from there. Eventually, I was made aware that Zarrius was in the parking lot because she told me I was informed that she got a text from him that he was home, so we went and met with him then at that point.
Okay, she being Meredith?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so to break a couple of those things down, the last contact she had from her daughter was Saturday night, and that was via text message?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I think the jury's seen the picture of Mr. Hildabrand and Saria with the pickle?
With the pickle, yeah.
Okay, and she showed you that contact?
That's the same picture she showed me, but that's the last time that she chatted with her.
Okay, and then while you're talking with Meredith, Barney, and Miss Monson, they received communication from Mr. Hildabrand?
That's correct.
Okay, that he was returning home?
That he was home.
Okay, and so then you went with and met with Mr. Hildabrand?
We did. We met him in the parking lot, asked him if we could talk to him. He led us inside the front door. He opened the front door. He led us inside of his apartment. We went inside of his apartment and interviewed him.
Okay, and that was you and Detective Belby?
Detective Belby, yes, ma'am.
Okay, now the jury has heard the audio from that. Fair to say that audio is a little difficult to hear?
It is a little bit hard to hear. We use our phones, so there's a recording app on our phones. So basically, I had my phone on the table, the kitchen table, which I think you saw pictures of. I sat at the table, and then he was in the living room with us. Also, Miss Barney and Miss Monson also came into the room with us. So, and then there was, you probably remember the dogs barking. It was terribly loud. It wasn't the best audio. I have to admit that for sure.
There's an air conditioner?
There's an air conditioner. There was a lot going on there.
Okay, and at some point, Miss Barney and Miss Monson took the dogs and left?
Yes, ma'am.
And you asked Mr. Hildabrand to turn the air conditioner off?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you first walk in the apartment, did you make any observations?
My first observation, and this kind of comes going with being a police officer for 28 years, you always want to secure weapons. There was a Glock handgun in a holster on the table, and then there was a Sig Sauer P320 handgun on the table. I asked him if I could remove those, which is pretty standard practice in law enforcement. Basically, all I did is pick them up, and there was as I'm sitting at the table looking at the kitchen, there's a small closet or pantry or something that was behind there. Basically, I moved those in the holsters to inside the pantry, and that way, if something bad happened, he didn't have access to those weapons.
Okay. And what did he tell you in that first contact about the last time he had seen his wife?
I was told the last time he'd seen his wife was about 10 o'clock on Sunday morning. He said that she left wearing, basically he described it as all black, which I think is the uniform of the day over at Bread and Brew. He said he left on foot. He told me that she left with her purse and walked to work. We discussed if that was normal. He told me that was the first time that she had ever walked to work. There was some discussion about her phone, which he actually pointed out the phone, which was plugged in the living room, and at that point, Miss Barney took the phone and started going through it. And I think that was after she came back after the dog. No, I think she took it before the dog. So, yeah, Miss Barney actually took the phone and started going through her daughter's phone.
Okay, and Meredith Barney, you mean?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that, at this point, this is a missing persons investigation, not a homicide investigation?
That's correct.
Okay, and it sounds like he told you she was wearing work attire, all black, and that was the first time she'd walked to work, and approximately what time did he say she had left?
He told me that she left about 10 a.m. that morning.
Okay.
After waking up around 8:30 or 9, he told me that she and he felt like they were too intoxicated to drive, so she decided not to drive because she was worried about a DUI. He told me that it's first time walking and that she walked there. There was some discussion like, could she find the way? And I'm asking this. I know she's been to work 100 times or how many ever times, but I guess I'm asking it to, like, did she get lost along the way? He told me that she would have used Google Maps or Apple Maps to find the way to the work, which was also concerning because her phone was there, so I'm not sure how that happened.
Okay. And did he tell you what he had done that day?
On Sunday, he told me that when he woke up, I think he said he just lounged around the house. I don't remember his exact words, and he vegetated or he was a vegetable around the house, so he told me he didn't go anywhere initially.
Did he then say he had done something else?
Well, we had a discussion about video cameras in the apartment, video cameras outside the apartment, and I asked him, basically at that point calling the bluff, like, well, what are we going to see on video cameras when I go out and review that? Because that's the first thing I'm going to do is go out and look for video cameras, because that's usually the best sign of evidence in these cases. At that point, he changed his story that, oh, I suddenly remember I did go out. I went to Fred Meyer and bought some ingredients for a guacamole dip, I think is what he called it. And he said he went to the Brown Jug liquor store, the warehouse liquor store, I think it's 4040 Old Third Highway, 4140, whatever the address is there. It's right beside Home Depot on Tudor. Then he said he went there, he bought some bourbon and a Coke.
And did you confront him about the length of time that it took to report Saria missing?
I did. I thought it was very odd that I knew my wife was gone, missing. I asked him, did he report it to anybody between 10 o'clock when he first discovered her missing? He told me that she was supposed to get home at 7 o'clock that night on Sunday. He told me that he waited until 10 o'clock for her to get home. When she didn't return home, he told me he drove to Bread and Brew, which was closed. And so 10 o'clock was really when, I think, according to him, when he started missing her. So I asked him, I said, well, between 10 o'clock on Sunday and the report on Monday night to Officer Zhang, did you contact anybody? And he told me he did not. I think his words were, he wanted to make sure it wasn't some kind of freak accident. And when I say freak accident, he actually said freak accident. And there was some discussion on, well, if it was a freak accident, I think that's when I would call the police. And then he said, well, I just wanted to make sure she didn't get lost. And again, I think I addressed, well, I think if your wife is lost, that's probably when you do need to call the police. So he couldn't really account for why there was no report or why nobody else was called.
Okay. And did you, were you present when Detective Elby asked if he could look around the home?
Yes, ma'am, I was. I was sitting in the chair. Detective Elby was behind me. He asked if he could look around. Zarrius said, yeah, go ahead and look around. And that's normal. It doesn't happen with adults that often, but with children, missing children, it's amazing how often we go out to the house and we find the young child sleeping under a bed or sleeping under some clothing or whatever else. So it's pretty custom for police officers. And in this case, the police officer didn't do it, but the detective the next day, we need to make sure that maybe she's sleeping and who knows what. So we did look around the house, which is pretty standard.
Okay, and we heard Detective Elby testify about the sheets and observations that he made in the bedroom. Did you make those same observations that Mr. Hildabrand appeared nervous in the bedroom?
Very much so. Also, before the sheets, there was some discussion when I was sitting. So I'm sitting at the table chatting with Zarrius. Detective Elby comes out and points out the sheets that are basically within arm's reach. I'm sitting at the table, so they're basically here, the Fred Meyer brand of sheets. He asked about those sheets. He told us that he didn't know really when they were purchased, but he said his wife probably purchased them when he was out in the field. So that kind of started that whole sheet discussion. And then Detective Elby thought it was odd enough to call us back to the bedroom. We went back to the bedroom. The mattress was covered by what I describe as a new mattress pad. And when I say new, all of you probably unfolded new sheets. They have those little square designs on them, like they're not slept in basically. So it looked like a new mattress pad on top of the mattress. Underneath the mattress, you can kind of see just a hint of dark blue or navy blue fitted sheets. And so there was discussion on why is the mattress pad on top of the sheets, and he said something about him buying it that way, the bed that way. And he lifted up just the very corner of the mattress and showed us those navy blue fitted sheets covered up by a brand new mattress pad. So we had a discussion, and at that point we asked him, well, can we, in my opinion, he was hiding
Objection.
it. In my opinion, he was not lifting the bed as much as you normally would. He lifted it probably 2 inches. He lifted it just enough so we can see the sheets. We couldn't see under the bed. We couldn't see anything else. At that point, we can kind of see that there was some space between there. I think, I don't know that we would have necessarily looked under there just based on the space, but it was enough that we probably should have looked initially when Detective Elby's walking around. But so we asked him, can we look under the bed? It just seems like that's one more place we need to search. And he told us we could not look under the bed.
And I'm going to ask you about kind of after that, did you begin to ask him some harder questions? You know, when you guys go out of the room, do you ask him some harder questions about the text messaging that you were aware of?
I did. So I was made aware of the discrepancy in the text messages, mainly that text message to her employer at 10:44 a.m.
And that's Nadia Jones was the manager?
That's Nadia Jones. She discussed those things, text messages, and then some discussion about Craig, who is the owner of Bread and Brew, that discussion. And I was made aware of those discrepancies by Agent Pimpack because he talked to Nadia. I was informed that he did talk to Nadia and Craig. And
just to point out the discrepancy, Mr. Hildabrand's telling you that Saria left for work at 10 a.m. and
correct.
Nadia had received a text message at 10:44?
That's correct.
Okay, and when you confronted him about that, how did he respond?
He didn't have a he didn't have an answer at all. I asked him, so her work is getting these texts at 10:44. You say that she left at 10. we all know, including her mom, knows now that the phone is still here. She didn't leave with the phone. How's that happening? How did your wife send, basically what I'm asking him, how did your wife send this text at 10:44 when her phone is here with you? And she's obviously walking to work. And he didn't have an answer for me.
After you finished speaking with Mr. Hildabrand, who did you contact next?
Well, after I talked to Mr. Hildabrand, or I think it was during I was talking to Mr. Hildabrand, I got,
Well, let me actually just clarify a couple of things about that conversation. So at this point, her being Meredith Barney has Saria's phone in her possession.
that's correct.
Okay, and you were told that Saria left at 10 a.m. wearing all black and carrying her black wallet or purse?
Yeah, basically described it like kind of like a day pack or fanny pack kind of thing.
Okay, and Mr. Hildebrand told you he had gone to the Brown Jug into the Fred Meyers,
That's correct.
and he denied purchasing any sheets.
He denied purchasing any sheets. We told him that we'd review the video at the Fred Meyer, and he said that he was never in the sheet aisle. He was never in the area where they sell sheets.
Okay, so then you end up talking to Ms. Wentz?
I did, and if I go back a little bit, I think before I actually talked to Zarrius, I actually talked to Captain Josh Thielen. He called, and we discussed the need for a search, and I basically logistically told him where he needs to be, bring as many people as you can, that sort of thing, because he offered basically bringing a lot of people, which he eventually did. But I think I talked to him before I talked to Zarrius, and then when I was talking to Zarrius, then a phone call comes in from Marie, and I talked to her on the phone and asked her if she could meet me at the apartment building, at his apartment building at 5210, and discuss, because she seemed like she would have the most knowledge at that point. Her best friend's missing, and one of the last people to see her anyway.
Okay, and without getting into all the details, did she tell you, the last time she had seen Mr. Hildebrand and Miss Hildebrand together on the 6th, the early morning hours of the 6th,
That's
Saturday
correct.
night?
Yes, she gave me a timeline of the events and the last time she saw him.
Okay, and then about what time in the evening are you now on Tuesday, the 8th?
So when I contacted Marie, I think it was about 7 o'clock. And then once I get done with Marie, I then go out and contact all these Army people showed up, Army people's wives. There were some kids out there. I was told all from Zarrius's battalion and from her unit. I've honestly never seen a response like this before, as far as searching goes. So I was pretty impressed that many people showed up. Like, I couldn't have even had that many cops come over and help with the search. So I was very impressed with the Army's response on this, and probably 70 or 80 people eventually showed up around 9. And then we started I didn't personally, at that point I was kind of acting like command post. I've done a lot of these searches, and it's always nice to have that one person, a central point of contact, not in the woods, not being distracted by things. So I stayed in the parking lot and stayed in communication with some of the searchers, including Captain Thielen.
Okay. And that first initial search with 70 to 80 military folks takes place at about 9 p.m. on Tuesday?
Yes, ma'am, and it lasted, I would assume the last person probably got out of there midnight or 1 probably. So we kind of coordinated, so they searched everything north of Alpenhorn, which is just the street north of, I think you've seen enough maps probably, where Alpenhorn goes north all the way to Tudor, and everything from the Seward Highway or Brayton Drive, which is the frontage road for New Seward, all the way east to past Bed and Brew, so all that entire green belt. We made Waldron Pond all the way over to Waldron Park, and of course into all that whole green belt there is where we arranged a search at, and I was told that search was done.
Okay, so I'm going to have you make some marks on some exhibits for me, just so that the jury knows what areas we're talking about. I have a red Sharpie, because we've previously had Mr. Engstrom mark on Exhibit 17, which is the apartment,
Yes, ma'am.
and we've had A1 Landscaping, Mr. Giles, mark on Exhibit 46, but I'm going to have you make a couple of marks on those exhibits for
Yes,
me.
ma'am.
Okay, so starting with Exhibit 17, is that an up-close of the building that Mr. Engstrom and Mr. Hildebrand lived in?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, and there's kind of a long side and a short side on
That's
this.
correct.
Can I have you put an E on the side that Mr. Engstrom lived in, and an H on the side about where Mr. Hildebrand's apartment was?
Yes, H. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you've got an E and an H?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so for the record, you've marked Mr. Engstrom on the short side, Mr. Hildebrand on the long side.
That's correct.
And then on Exhibit 46, I'm going to have you do two things. First, use the laser pointer and go ahead and show the jury on the map that's projected. If you could turn down the lights, Madam Clerk. Which of those 4 buildings that comprise Alpine Apartments was the Engstrom-Hildebrand building?
So this is Alpenhorn Road right there. This side of this long building, so this entire building is 5210. Mr. Hildebrand and Saria's apartment is about midway down here. Sorry for the shaking. And then Mr. Engstrom's apartment's about right here. So that apartment right there, the very north one of this building, or this complex. This entire complex is Alpine Apartments, and each of them have a different address. It's 5210, and then this one's like 5215 or something, but it's all Alpine apartments, but they do all have an individual address.
Okay. Can you go ahead and circle on the map in red the building that was theirs?
Yes. Okay.
And then can I have you put another circle on the map where Bread and Brew is in red?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then we're going to get to this later, but were you present at the storm drain after Saria's body was recovered?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And can I have you put in S where that storm drain is on the map?
Did you say an S?
S.
Like Sierra,
Like Saria and
okay.
storm drain?
Yes, ma'am. It's going to be over the top of the SM where the trash can was found, but it's
Okay.
basically the same place as where SM circled and I think described where he found the trash can.
Okay. And then now on the map, the jury heard when they were listening to that audio, Mr. Hildabrand tell you what route he believed Saria would have walked.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just have you show the jury that with the laser pointer?
Sure. So he described that she would have took the access road for the trail system, and that would have been through here and up through that area there.
Okay. So the opposite side of where that access road is?
That's correct. And something to note here, and he sounded like he went out there, that there's only one bridge and it's right there across Campbell Creek, so you either can go north here on the access road, or you have to go here where that bridge comes from Tudor Elementary School to get up into this neighborhood. There's another bridge up there that actually crosses Campbell Creek.
Okay. Can I have you kind of do a dotted line on the map where he showed you that she likely would have walked? And is that essentially the opposite side of Waldron Park from where she was found?
Yes, it's the opposite side of this green belt, which is this whole thing is Waldron Park, the baseball diamond here you can see, and she's found right here-ish. And then you have to walk through the park to that access road and then across the bridge there.
Okay. And it sounds like the search team that night worked all of Waldron Park and Waldron Pond and those neighborhood streets between Waldron Park and Bread and Brew?
That's correct. I was informed that that entire thing was done by an Army captain who's very good at coordinates and maps and does artillery for a living. So I was in good hands because he was leading all those people all through there.
Okay. And so that takes you, I think you said, through midnight 1 a.m. on the 8th, which is Tuesday night.
The 8th into the morning of the 9th, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then on the 9th, what actions did you, we can turn the light back up, Madam Clerk. On the 9th, what actions did you take?
On the 9th, I went in after about a 24-hour day. I think I didn't come back to work until 9-ish that morning. If I step back a little bit, on the 8th, I did what's called, we have all the traffic cameras that are at major intersections in town have cameras on top of them. So if you run a red light, they don't use it for red lights, but you could probably be seen running a red light. So we often get those. And so on the 8th, I ordered traffic cameras for Tudor and the old Seward, Tudor New Seward, Tudor and Abbott Road, which would be to the south of the apartment buildings, and I wanted those reviewed. I also, just to put some more things that I did and some more effort we put into it, we did put out what's called, it used to be called a rave, now it's called a Nixle. I don't know if you've signed up for Nixles. Basically, it's APD putting out, hey, this person's missing, put people on the lookout for them, comes up over your phone. So I did that on the night of the 8th when I was basically monitoring the command post. But when I got in on the next day on the 9th, those traffic camera videos were available, so I coordinated with 5 police officers who were in the building, and they assisted by reviewing those to see if maybe they saw Saria walking out or somebody carrying Saria walking out. But it would have been one of those intersections, and I was informed that they never saw anything of evidence.
Yeah, did you ever get anything meaningful off traffic cameras that were helpful?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. And there is no traffic camera there at Alpenhorn and Brayton?
No, there's not. So there's one here at this intersection, and then there's also another one that we got at Lake Otis, which is way down here to the east, and then there's one at Dowling. I'm sorry, I don't know what I said earlier. Dowling is down here. There's a roundabout down here, and there's one down there at the roundabout.
Okay, so those more major intersections.
Yes, quite a ways away from Alpine Apartments.
Okay, and I think Detective LB covered this, but when you're talking to Mr. Hildabrand, you're telling him things like, oh, there's going to be cameras around this apartment. Was that to some degree a bluff and to some degree wishful thinking? It's
very wishful thinking and a bluff. I knew that Alpine Apartments didn't have good video. They had good video inside the apartment manager's office or the rental office, but as far as outside, they don't have cameras that work.
Or at least at that time.
At that time, they didn't. I think they do now, yes.
Okay, and were you familiar with that just from other investigations and times you'd worked at that apartment building?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we're back on Wednesday, the 9th. Did you write some search warrants?
I did. So Wednesday the 9th, I spent most of my day writing search warrants. I wrote a search warrant for 5210 Mockingbird Drive, number 13. I wrote a search warrant for Zarrius Hildabrand's phone records, and I wrote a search warrant for Saria Hildabrand's phone records to AT&T. A lot of the day also, I did a lot of coordination with the ASD search team who ultimately came out. So anytime we have a search, they're the official search team for Alaska, and you have to go through the troopers to do that. So there's a lot of coordination between the troopers, and then ultimately the search team leader, which I don't remember who it was at this point, calls me for information about the case, where to look, where not to look, what to look before, and then they come out and do that. So there's a lot of coordination through the day between writing search warrants and then doing the coordination for the search team.
Okay. And did you ultimately get those warrants approved?
Yes, ma'am. It was close to, gosh, I don't know, 9 o'clock at night, I think, that those warrants were approved.
Okay. At some point during the day, did APD seize the residence, meaning that Mr. Hildabrand wasn't allowed to go back in?
Yes, ma'am. After discussion with the DA's office with my fellow detectives, we decided that we had enough probable cause to
Objection.
We determined that, I determined that we had enough probable cause to seize the residence. So I sent, I asked dispatch to send police officers to the residence and seize it.
Okay. And then that's kind of pending the search warrant?
And that's pending the search warrant. The officers didn't go out there and search. It's just they go out there and this is now belongs to the police department until we're done with it, or until the search warrant comes in or doesn't come in.
Okay. And I think the jury has heard the contact that Detective Elby and Detective Lee had with Mr. Hildabrand in the outside of the apartment building pending that search warrant.
That's correct.
Did you end up having a phone call with Mr. Hildabrand about the warrant?
Yes, ma'am. So Detective Roberts and I decided to drive down to Alpine Apartments, and we were going to deliver a hard copy of the search warrant, which is normal practice. When we were driving down to there, I think it was about 10 o'clock, we received a phone call from Zarrius, which we recorded, or Detective Roberts recorded, I should say.
Okay. And when you say 10 o'clock p.m.?
10 o'clock p.m., yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have you reviewed what I've marked for identification as State's Exhibit 349, which is a copy of that phone call?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it truly and accurately depict the call that you had with Mr. Hildabrand that day?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Okay, I'd move at this point for the admission of State's Exhibit 349. It is, my eyes are terrible, just about a 5-minute phone call.
That sounds about right.
Any objection?
Noted.
Submitted?
You guys ever get that search warrant?
Yeah, we actually got it. We just got it. I sent it over to the crime scene team. Most of those guys got to get called in from home. So what's going to happen is they're gathering, they're getting dressed and grabbing their gear and stuff, and then they'll head over there. So hopefully, with that in mind, it shouldn't take too long. And when we're all done, we can give you a call or something if you want. Are you planning on going back to the house tonight, or are you going to just stay over the dorms tonight?
No, I'm staying somewhere else tonight.
Okay. I can send you a text or something like, hey, we're done, or I can give you a call when we're done, or whatever you prefer.
I'm indifferent, sir. Did the dog ever, anything come from that?
Did what?
Anything ever come from the dogs?
They're still out there looking, actually.
Okay.
What do you think? Now that I got you on the phone, what are we missing here? We've been doing this for about 2 days now.
I can't expect to help you all the information.
Yeah, I haven't talked to him, but I've been writing reports all day. I apologize for not being more involved.
Oh, it's okay.
What's happening? Let's figure out what we need to do next. I'm all about getting advice from whoever I can.
I can't really tell you, sir, because I don't really know. You know what I mean?
You know her best, though. Where are we going to find this girl at? She's your wife. She's the love of your life, et cetera, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I gave Detective Elby all the information.
But I want it again, bro. Let's cast this up. I like the small details.
Like I said, I can't really think of anything else that I didn't tell him. I said University Dog Lake.
Yeah, where is it?
University Lake Dog Park.
Would you go over there without the dogs, though?
No, she wouldn't.
Okay. What makes you think we should check over that area?
Just an area she would frequent with the dogs. So.
Oh, I see. Gotcha. And still nothing with, did she go out with Marie at all on Sunday, or do you think Marie's, like, trying to hide something, or?
Oh, no, Marie's as innocent as there can be. I don't think she has anything to do with it. They're never really violent or anything. Like, they really have to go back and forth. Pretty good friendship, pretty healthy outfit. I have a question about that search warrant, though.
Yeah.
What else does it include? Is it, like, whole house, fucking everything?
It's the whole house, yeah. We're just going to check the whole house, make sure we're not missing anything.
All right, are you guys going to go through bags and stuff like that as well?
Are we going to do what?
Go through bags and stuff like that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to try to go through everything we can. Just make sure we don't have something like, she left a note, like, hey, I left a note, I'm going to go, I've had enough of this marriage, I'm going to go whatever. You know what I'm saying? Is there something you're concerned about, or is there?
How soon will that search warrant start happening? I didn't really hear what you were saying earlier.
No, it should happen, I don't know, probably within an hour, I would think. To be honest, like I said, they're calling all these guys from home, so it kind of depends on when they get up, get a shower, get their pants on, that sort of thing.
Yeah, and then what do you think the search warrant itself will take 2-3 hours as well?
Yeah, maybe. Is there something concerned about? You're concerned about in the house, or?
No, sir. I'm curious of time.
Okay.
That's all.
There's nothing in the house we need to worry about? Just, two guns? Just the two guns in there?
They were just told about, sir.
Okay.
But, unfortunately, I have my commander, sorry, not my commander, Fluff called me, I don't know his number, so I'm going to give him a call back real quick.
No, talk to me. I'm more important than they are, because we need to figure out where she's at. I'm going to stay up all night if I have to.
You're on what?
I said, I'm going to stay up all night if I have to.
Oh, no, it's fine, it's fine.
No, that's not fair to me, bro. We're going to stay up all night and find your wife, is what we need to do.
No, I know, but, okay.
Right?
Yep, that's correct, sir. Okay.
You help me out. What are we going to do to find your wife? There has to be some small piece that we're missing. There's always some small piece of the puzzle that you're, not thinking of, or, and you're always the best person to ask, being the husband of her, because you live with her 24/7, except you don't hear her work and she's at work, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
What are we going to find under the bed?
Like 5 minutes, I have to carry a bunch of stuff inside.
Yeah, call me back in 5 minutes.
All right, thank you, bye.
Yeah, talk to you soon, Matt.
All right.
Did you have any additional phone contact with Mr. Hildabrand?
No, ma'am, he never called back.
Okay. And after that, did you deliver the copy of the search warrant to Officer Keating, who was the crime scene team leader that night?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And do you all share information with the crime scene team?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Why do you do that?
Well, I mean, if you take this courtroom, for example, you come in here and if you know where maybe the crime happened at, if you during the interview somebody tells you something, there's not a need to go over the entire courtroom with a fine-tooth comb. So if the shooting happened behind that desk, you'd have him concentrate behind that desk. So you want to tell him where to concentrate his efforts at, because, I mean, with any household, there's just so much stuff to look through. You don't know what belongs, what doesn't belong, what might be out of place to you, may not be out of place to the Hildabrand family. So.
And despite that coordination, is it fair to say they use a fine-tooth comb?
Yes, ma'am. It's very monotonous. I could never do it. They go through there and swab and picture and photograph everything. So.
Okay. And that process takes sometimes over 12 hours?
Absolutely.
Okay. And are you in coordination with them as they are finding things?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do they deliver their photos electronically to the homicide unit?
They do. Those are, now with the iPhones and so forth, all that stuff is pretty much not instantaneous, but all they got to do is hit submit, and it goes to a system we call Axon, and then Axon is on all of our desktops, so I can start reviewing photos as they come in, interviews as they come in, et cetera.
Okay. And the next day, were you reviewing some of those crime scene photos?
I was.
And did you notice anything particular that piqued your attention?
I noticed a mop bucket that seemed out of place to me. I looked it up. I don't remember the brand of it. I'd have to look at my report, but I looked it up on the internet, and it was a brand sold by the Lowe's company.
So what did you do with that information?
I called Detective Lee, who was out doing follow-up on this case, and asked him to go to Lowe's. I was informed that he was already at Lowe's.
Okay, because he had been coordinating with Agent Pempek?
Agent Pempek, yes, ma'am. Yes.
Had information that the defendant had been to Lowe's?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you gave Detective Lee the information about the mop bucket while he was collecting information about the trash can?
That's correct. And then he gave me information about the trash can in return.
And based on the information you learned about the trash can from Detective Lee, what did you do?
Well, I thought it was very suspicious that...
Objection.
Overruled. I thought it was very suspicious that somebody who had a missing wife would be out shopping for a 96-gallon toter trash can. So I immediately, what went to my mind is like, well, I thought we had to go out and find that trash can. We have to do please.
If I can approach up to Exhibit 42. So you say you got to go out and find that trash can. What do you do?
So myself and Sergeant Reynolds, who was the supervisor of the homicide unit, he made it back that day, and so we drove out to Alpine Apartments to look for that trash can. We told Detective Lee to meet us there. We all met at the Alpine Apartments. Initially, we looked for the trash can in the apartment complex, and we found a lot of trash cans that people used, a kind of similar size, but none of them were brand new. Clearly, all of them were old, stinky trash cans, and so we didn't pay really attention to them because they were, I mean, it's clear everybody has a trash can and knows what an old, stinky trash can looks like. They were not the new trash can we were looking for. So at that point, we decided, well, we need to go search across the street in the wood line, and as soon as I started walking across the street, I saw the A1 lawn company truck, and lo and behold, they had a 96-gallon brand new toter trash can in the back of their truck.
Okay, and is Exhibit 42 how you saw it?
Yes, ma'am, this is exactly how we found it.
Okay, and then I think we've heard from Detective Aldridge and the people that collected it and processed it. After that, about what time in the day is that on Thursday the 10th?
I think that's about 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay. What's the We talked a little bit about the coordination with Lowe's. The jury's heard about the coordination with Fred Myers. Mr. Hildebrand told you he went to Brown Jug on the Sunday after his wife was missing as well? Did you do anything to follow up on that?
Detective LB did, actually, but ultimately I received video from Roy Chappell, who is the head of security for all the Brown Jugs in Alaska, and he has access to all the video, and he has access to the receipts, the digital receipts. Ultimately, he sent me a video of interest from that store, the warehouse store over on Old Seward, 4140 Old Seward, whatever it is.
Okay, did he actually send you two videos, one from the inside and one from the exit?
He sent me quite a few videos, but the two most interesting ones were of Zarrius Hildabrand buying alcohol and a 2-liter of Coke about 4 o'clock. I think it's closer to 4:30 on the video.
Okay. Let me just walk you through it a little bit. The jury heard Detective LB testify that he coordinated with Mr. Chappell, is that his name?
Chappell. Roy Chappell.
Yes, ma'am. And then does APD use a system for gathering evidence from citizens?
They do. So the Axon that I was talking about earlier, basically, if you have a Ring video at your house, and normally those Ring videos, you can look at them on your phone. So you see a clip of interest, what I'm going to do, I'll send you a link to Axon. You'll download your video of interest to Axon, and then I'll give you under the case numbers all embedded in that link. And then when you, as a witness or as a citizen that lives nearby or whatever, sends that video in, that video goes directly to my Axon case file. So in this case file, there's thousands of videos from crime scene, from the traffic cameras. They all go in that same case file. So what Detective LB did was send him a link with my name on it, and then it uploaded under my name, basically.
Okay, and so you received the videos?
Yeah, so once the video comes in, then on my email, I get an alert, basically. It says, hey, you just got a video from Roy Chappell at the Brown Jug.
Okay, and have you been in that Brown Jug warehouse?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Okay, and have you seen Mr. Hildebrand?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Okay, does the video appear to be what it purports to be, a video from the inside and the exit of Brown Jug?
It does, yes.
And is there a timestamp on the exit video?
Yes, ma'am.
And
with a bottle of liquor and a 2-liter bottle of soda of Coke. I can't recognize what kind of liquor it is, but I'm a big Coke drinker, so definitely a 2-liter of Coca-Cola.
okay, and then on the exit video, towards the end of that, does it show him leave?
Yes, and so the exit video basically is like this camera here that's staring me in the face is basically right here. So as he walks out the door, it like hits him right in the face. The video footage does. So it's a very clear video of him walking out of the Brown Jug liquor store at 4:30 p.m. on Sunday.
Okay, and do you recognize him?
Absolutely.
And do you recognize the clothing he's wearing in other
Absolutely,
videos?
yes.
Okay, I'd move at this point, Judge, for the admission of States Exhibit 347 and 348 and publication.
They're admitted over the objection and may publish.
Can I turn the lights down, Madam Clerk? So this is 347. Is there any audio on this?
No, ma'am,
video?
it's not.
I'm going to fast forward partway through. Do you see Mr. Hildebrand in this frame?
That's him walking right there.
Okay.
Going towards the back of the store. Of course, the cashier's here.
Is he still in that second aisle there?
Yes, ma'am. He's back towards the back of the store, looking at the selections.
I'm going to move forward a little more. And where is he now?
This is him waiting in lines. This Brown Jug has about 3, I don't know if they're all open, I can't tell. It has 3 or 4 cashiers, so normally a line forms right there, and then you just go to the next available cashier. leaving the store.
Okay, and you testified that you're not sure the bottle of alcohol. Are you familiar with the text message he sent to it?
I mean, I know what it is now. It's 4 Roses bourbon.
Okay. And is that based on?
It's based on the text messages and what they found at the apartment. So they found a half-drink bottle of 4 Roses bourbon that looks just like what he had there.
Okay. And then I'm going to go to State's Exhibit 348, which is is this the exit door?
Yes, ma'am, it is. So at about 4:29, 4:30, he walks out right here.
Okay. So I'm going to fast forward to 4:29. Oh, sorry, I brought it back.
I was trying to see if I see any
I think he's after
other
this.
way they showing this evidence, you know, like they did before, but I don't see anything.
That was my fault. I apologize.
We won't.
Culvert or an entry to basically be a sewer or a storm drain in this. It's about this tall, about 3 feet tall. It's a concrete one. I think we saw pictures of it. It has a very heavy manhole cover on it, one of the big metal ones you see in the middle of the street. It was removed when I got there. Her body was still at the bottom of it, which is about a 15-foot drop from the top to the bottom. At the bottom of it, there's water in it running from, it'd be running south, north, it'd be running from the south, the Alpine Apartments, back towards the north, towards Campbell Creek. But at the bottom of it, there's this big tube, so I can only assume that once you go into that tube, then you're just in a big tunnel that comes out of Campbell Creek. But as soon as I stuck my face in there, I noticed a very strong odor of gasoline. I didn't see any indication of burning. I didn't see any indication that the gasoline was started, but there's no doubt in my mind that I smelled gasoline when I looked down there.
And can you tell the jury, like when you say no doubt in your mind, have you had the unfortunate occasion to experience the smell of decomposing bodies?
Yes, ma'am. I've just since I've been in homicide, I think I've been involved in probably 150 homicide cases at 28 years on the street. Unfortunately, patrol officers are always the first ones at any crime scene, almost 99% of the time. So even if it's not a crime scene, even if it's grandpa or grandma dying at home, the police officers have to go there and investigate that. Patrol officers are always the first one there. I've smelled, unfortunately, hundreds, if not thousands, of bodies. Also, just being any human being, we all smelled gasoline. I know exactly what gasoline. It wasn't decomp body. It was gasoline. I actually worked. I used to climb into gas tanks and clean them out for almost a year in between the Army and we come out of comp. I'd crawl into the big 300-foot gasoline tanks and wash them out with a power washer. So I have intimate knowledge of gasoline, and unfortunately, I have intimate knowledge of what a body smells like. Okay. So I smelled gasoline when I opened up.
Okay. And have you reviewed the photos of the inside Mr. Hildabrand's vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And was there a gas can in the back of his vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, there was. Also in the bottom, I noticed some pillows, this same color, navy blue color. The pillowcase on it was the same navy blue color that I saw on the bed when he lifted up that corner of the mattress. It was the navy blue color underneath the mattress pad. So in my mind, that pillowcase matched that pillow or that fitted sheet.
Okay. And are you familiar with the recovery process that was coordinated between the police department and AFD?
Yes, ma'am. I wasn't out there for it, but I am familiar with it.
Okay. And was evidence seized there, Ms. Hildabrand's body taken to the medical examiner's office?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay. And then the bedding and the pillowcase and the gloves, were those taken into evidence?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
Okay. And later, did you help coordinate what evidence would be tested?
Yes, ma'am. I think that wasn't until January, till we made sure everything was in, and then we sent quite a few items. I think we discussed it with Emily Matthews. She got 14 herself, and then we sent a few other things into the lab. So. Okay.
That's part of the case detective, or the case officer's job to help decide or help guide the lab what items should be tested.
That's correct.
Okay. After Saria's body was recovered, did you contact Mr. Hildabrand?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did you have a search warrant for his person at that point?
At that point, I did not have a search warrant. He was still walking around. I chatted with him a little bit, trying to get more information from him, and then.
Did you end up getting a search warrant for his person?
Yes, ultimately, we brought him down to the police station, and I applied for a search warrant for his person.
Okay. And did you take prints?
So the search warrant included finger and palm prints and known DNA sample and photographs. Detective Lee took those photographs while I was present, and then I took the fingerprints, the palm prints, and known DNA, which is basically just a big Q-tip and you swab on the inside of the cheek. It's kind of like taking a COVID test almost. So.
And were those all submitted to the lab along with the other items that we discussed?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
Okay. Now, there's been some discussion in this case about the weapon that was ultimately used and, you know, the conflict of whether this is homicide or suicide.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the weapon that was identified as the homicide weapon in front of you?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And what's the number on, what's the state's exhibit number on it? Not the police number, my number.
Sorry. 276, exhibit number 276.
Okay, and what kind of weapon is state's exhibit 276?
It's a 6R 9mm handgun.
Okay. And in the course of this case, have you put some thought into whether it would be possible to use that weapon to self-inflict a shot on the left side of her head where Miss Hildabrand was shot?
I put a lot of thought into it, and it's...
Objection.
Yes, ma'am, I put a lot of thought into it, and I made my own determination, I guess, if you will.
Can you tell the jury what your opinion about that is?
Objection.
My opinion is that someone shot her, and it's not impossible to shoot yourself in that manner, at that distance, at that angle. It's not impossible, because everything, lots of stuff's possible. It's not very probable, though. It never happens. I've been to...
Objection.
I've been to hundreds of suicides. Every suicide I've ever been to that involved a handgun was a contact wound. Every one. Not one time have I ever been to what we determined was a suicide that it wasn't a contact wound, meaning the gun was pressed against the person's, not necessarily skin, but their hat or their hoodie or their body. It was pressed against them. That's every single one.
Is there usually blood on the weapon when that happens?
Every single suicide that I've ever been to, in my experience, 28 years on the force, every one, there's always blood. I can't say always, but probably 99% there is blood on the weapon in the barrel, because when it's a contact wound, the blood actually comes back into the barrel after the gas is expanded and pushes blood into the barrel normally.
I'm going to approach this one because that was what I marked for identification as State's Exhibit 352. What is State's Exhibit 352?
It's a dummy gun, or we call it just like it shows. It's an orange gun. We use it for training at the English Police Department. So we're not pointing live weapons at one another. Even if part of our training is, even if the weapon is unloaded, you don't point it at anybody, but we feel safe pointing this at us. It's just a piece of plastic.
Okay. And when you look and examine the weapon in this case, the Sig Sauer, is it roughly the same dimensions?
Looks like it's about a 1/4 inch longer. So the barrel length so this is a mock-up of a Glock 17, which is a 9mm Glock handgun. This is a 9mm Sig Sauer P328, if I remember right. So the barrel length on this one, I think, was almost 4 inches. This is just over 4 inches. It's about a 1/4 inch.
For the record, it's not clear when you're just speaking which barrel length you're talking about.
I'm sorry. So on this Glock, this mock-up of the Glock handgun is just over 4 inches. The actual Sig Sauer P328 is just under 4 inches. So this mock-up, the orange gun, is just a hair longer, not much.
Okay. And when you say it is improbable for the wound on Saria to be self-inflicted, can you show the jury what you mean with that mock-up that is 352?
Yes. So this, if anybody's uncomfortable, it is a piece of plastic. So normally you hold a handgun like this, normally, at 6 inches, and there is a tape measure that I think you'll have access to, but at 6 inches, or even longer, 6 inches, to me, for one thing, that's uncomfortable and hurts my wrist, and I'm not a flexible female. Right? Granted that, she might have been more flexible than me, but 6 inches is about the length of my hand, is there, and that's just that's uncomfortable, and that's just barely skimming at the most. Like, I wouldn't feel comfortable shooting myself there, because I'm afraid I'm not going to miss, unfortunately.
Is it painful on your wrist?
It's painful on my wrist doing this. It's actually painful. It's not improbable. It's not impossible to shoot yourself in that angle, because if you notice the pictures I've looked at 100 times, it's an angle back this way, back towards your ear that comes out about. It doesn't come out, but the ME showed that it was back here, that it would have been the exit wound if it would have exited. So it's at an angle like this almost. At it, and getting to that angle with this gun at 6 inches is very, not impossible, but it's not comfortable, and it's just not something I've ever seen shooting yourself at 6 inches. And actually, with your left hand on this left-hand side of your body, it's actually more uncomfortable. This actually hurts my wrist more because I can't. It's harder to get at that. It's harder to get at that angle, unfortunately. And you could do it like this, but again, in my experience in training, I know that this was not a contact wound, and I think that's been described plenty by the people who are experts at it. But in my training experience, I agree, this is not a contact wound because of the stippling.
And just so folks can compare the two and feel them themselves, I would move at this point, Judge, to publish by passing around 276 and 352.
And there's so if I can just hold it up, there is a lock on it. I have the key in my pocket, so you can't access it very easily. So there's a gun lock on it. This gun lock I just put this on there the day before the trial started, so just to kind of ignore that far as evidence goes, because that was added later just for court security.
Okay. And the weight of this gun, what does that feel like?
This is a little lighter.
Okay.
Fran, especially with that one had bullets in it, but this one's definitely lighter. The orange one is definitely lighter.
May I judge?
Yes.
And the 276 will not go back with the jury, but I wouldn't.
No, typically the guns do not. If you want to look at, 276 being the gun. You're giving an opportunity to look at it here, but typically if you wanted to take a look at that during your deliberations, you would be brought back in here. The gun would be sitting on a table and you could pass by and look at it.
Okay. And I would move for 352 to go back with the caveat that, of the dimension difference. So I'd move for the omission of 352. May we approach?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. You've been a detective for approximately. Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Detective Clark.
Good morning, ma'am.
Two things.
Yes, ma'am.
You said you've been a detective for approximately 20 years, correct?
No, ma'am, I didn't. I said I've been a police officer for 28 years. I've been a detective for 6 years, and in between that, I was at FBI. I was sworn in as a federal agent for 6 years. So I've been a detective 5 years since June of 21.
At any time during your law enforcement career,
Mm-hmm.
did you ever receive any training on what confirmation bias is?
Confirmation bias? I've heard that term. I don't remember what it means.
Okay.
I don't know that I've had training on it, though, if that was your question, I mean.
You've never had training on confirmation bias? Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about some of your testimony relating to the DNA and other testing that was done in this case. So, do you recall testifying on direct that you coordinated evidence to be tested with or Dr. Matthews?
I didn't coordinate it necessarily for Dr. Matthews. I coordinated it with the person who does that coordination. So I don't actually talk to Dr. Matthews herself. I don't talk to Samantha Castle herself. There's a point of contact at the crime lab, and she's the one that decides that with me and with Ms. Dunlap, and then we agree, and then I send in that lab request. But I never talked directly to Ms. Matthews.
Thank you for clarifying that. So to be clear, when you're coordinating what's going to be testing, you're having a meeting with Ms. Dunlap present, correct?
It's done over sometimes. In this instance, it was done over Zoom, like a Zoom meeting. Teams, possibly, yes. I'm the IT guy, yes.
And then you're also coordinating with a person from the crime lab?
Yes, ma'am.
And the three of you determine what testing should be done, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Yes, ma'am.
I noted you testified at the beginning of your investigation in this case, you were not essentially investigating homicide necessarily, you were investigating missing person, correct?
A suspicious missing person, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you began that investigation on August 8th, 2023, correct?
I got involved on August 8th, yes, ma'am.
And do you recall what time you got involved?
I can refer to my report, but I think it was 1437 or 1440, somewhere in there.
And 1437, 1440 equals approximately 2:37 p.m., correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And we heard a little bit about how you had a conversation with the district attorney's office about seizing the Hildabrand apartment, and that was on August 9th, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that sounds correct.
At
1500.
1500 hours?
Yes, ma'am, 3 p.m.
And do you recall who you spoke with at the district attorney's office at that time?
I believe it was Ms. Dunlap.
Okay.
Dunlap, sorry.
And that was on the phone?
Yes, ma'am.
So at 3 p.m. you had this conversation with Ms. Dunlap, and then and you made the decision to seize the apartment, and then at approximately 9:03 p.m. you applied for your search warrant on August 9th, 2023, correct?
That sounds about right. I don't remember the exact time, but I can look in my report if you need the exact time.
Would that refresh your recollection?
For the exact time, but it was about 9 o'clock p.m. or 2100. Do you want the exact time?
Yes.
Okay. I apologize. It was 3 minutes after 9 o'clock. It was 21:03 hours that I submitted at 21:03 FX forms to the affidavit to the magistrate's office. So 21:03 hours, 9:03 p.m.
So approximately 6 hours had gone by between your conversation with Ms. Dunlop and the time you applied for the warrant, correct?
I don't remember exactly when I talked to her, but it was pretty close to 3 p.m. or 1500. So about 6 hours, yes, ma'am. That sounds about right. From the decision to see the apartment at 1500 to the time that I applied for the warrants or that I sent the warrants to the magistrate's office via fax was 6 hours, 3 minutes.
And at that time, Mrs. Hildabrand was still missing, correct?
Yes, ma'am, she was.
The crime scene had been in the apartment, correct?
That's correct.
You had no knowledge of whether Mrs. Hildabrand was still living?
I did not know for sure if she was still living.
You did not know the type of gunshot wound she had died from?
No, ma'am, I did not.
You did not know where she was found? You did not know at the time
Where she would be found?
where she'd be found?
No, I did not.
And in your warrant affidavit, or when you're applying for your search warrant, you have to identify specifically what crime you believe has occurred or believe probable cause to believe has occurred.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you applied for the warrant at 21:03 or 9:03 p.m. on August 9th, 2023, you applied to search the Hildabrand apartment for evidence of murder, correct?
That is correct.
And that was again after you spoke with Ms. Dunlop.
Yes.
You then spoke with Mr. Hildabrand again on August 9th at 10:03 p.m., correct?
It's about 10 o'clock. I can refresh my memory on the exact time, but if you say 10:03, yes, ma'am.
Could it refresh your recollection to look at your report?
Sure. If you need the exact time, it sure will. Thank you. More information. On 8/9/2023, at about 22:03 hours, Zarrius called me on my cell phone. So yes, ma'am, at 10:03 p.m., 22:03 hours.
And we heard that phone call. That was State's Exhibit 349, correct?
If you say so, I don't know. I can't remember the exhibit number, but yes, that phone call that we listened to earlier was that phone call.
The phone call that occurred at 10:03 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
And we hear in the course of that conversation, you making statements to Mr. Hildabrand, calling him, for example, bro or brother, correct?
I did call him bro, yes.
And you told him you were writing reports in that conversation, correct?
Is that a question?
Did you tell him that you were writing reports?
Yes, ma'am.
In your in your vernacular, is an affidavit a report?
It's not an APD report, but I consider it a report because I'm trying to write down the facts as I know them or what was told to me.
Okay.
And I imagine at some point during that day, I was taking notes and working towards writing my final draft of my report. So
Okay.
I like to try to keep on top of it so I can get these exact times correct, so they come up at the right time in court.
And we hear you in the course of that conversation say things like, help me out, to Mr. Hildabrand.
Absolutely.
Mr. Hildabrand would always be the best person to ask, correct?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay. And again, this was after you applied for your warrant alleging probable cause for murder, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so at that time, fair to say you believed Mr. Hildabrand to be a suspect in said murder that you had applied the search warrant for?
You're asking for my belief. 100%, I believe he was a suspect in murder of his wife.
Before there was a body found?
Absolutely.
Before you knew the gunshot range?
Yes, I had no idea what happened to his wife, but I suspect that she was dead
You had no idea?
by his hand.
And that was your suspicion?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. That was my suspicion, 100%.
And that was something
I had no doubt in my mind that he killed her.
And you shared that with the government, correct?
I shared it with the government?
With Mrs. Dunlop?
I shared the probable cause, that facts, but you were asking about my opinion, I think.
Suspect. I asked if he was a suspect at that time.
And you also asked about my opinion, if he was a suspect, and I answered that. But from the affidavit, so for the affidavit, I don't put anywhere in there that I believe 100% that Zarrius killed his wife, his new bride. Don't put that in there. I put the facts of the case as I understand them. And then I let a judge decide whether there's probable cause to search the residence and his phone records and her phone records. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
And you have sat through this whole trial, correct? Up to,
I think I was here. Yes, ma'am. I think I was here for all of it. Yes, ma'am, so far.
so you've heard all the testimony of all the witnesses, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You listened to opening statements.
Yes, I did.
And you've discussed the case with Ms. Dunlop since the trial started, fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you have the idea to bring out the dummy gun?
When did I have the idea of it? Oh, 2 or 3 days ago, probably. I mean, I picked up that dummy gun numerous times myself. I discussed it with Ms. Dunlop probably 2 or 3 days ago. But years ago, 3 years ago almost, I picked up that same dummy gun that sits in my sergeant's office and tried to shoot myself in the head.
Okay. And that dummy gun is obviously not the same length as the firearm that is a real gun that is in the box in front of you, correct?
It's not the same length. It's just a bit longer and a bit lighter. So, but I don't like pointing real guns at my head, and I don't have a dummy gun of a SIG Sawyer pistol. So that's just the best I could come up with. But it's very close. I think everybody who looked at them, you can compare them. They're within a quarter inch of one another.
So again, it's not the same length, not the same weight, correct?
Yes, ma'am. The dummy gun is just about a quarter inch, if even that, longer than the real SIG Sawyer.
And the weight differential is?
The weight, there is a difference in the weight. That's probably the biggest noticeable difference, other than it's an orange piece of plastic. The weight is a lot lighter, especially when you put on the headlight or the flashlight and the ammunition and the magazine. So there is a weight difference for sure. Yes, ma'am. And also I got a lock on there now and a box that people are picking up. So.
Do you know exactly what the weight difference is?
No, ma'am, I do not.
So you didn't weigh them?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay.
I didn't think it was necessary to weigh them.
Okay.
But that gun is a lot heavier and would be a lot harder to get in that position because of the weight.
And what was that position again? Can you show us?
Yeah, absolutely. It would be this position here is where the gun should be, but getting in that position there is very hard and painful to my wrist. At that one where my wrist starts to hurt, I'm actually just probably going to blow my ear off, and it's even harder from the left-hand side. But also, I demonstrated this. This is also an option, but also I testified to my experience, my 28 years of experience going to suicides, hundreds of them. I've never seen anything but a contact wound. So this, I mean, in my experience, 28 years as a police officer, it's never happened.
And
this gun is, like you pointed out, is a lot lighter and a lot easier to manage than that heavy gun with all the magazine, the flashlight, the bullets, et cetera.
And how many accidents have you investigated?
Accidental shootings?
Yeah.
Quite a few. I don't know the number any more than I know the number of suicides, but quite a few.
Okay.
Not as many accidents as suicides, but I have been involved in some, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you just, I believe you testified with Ms. Dunlop that your opinion was that the line of fire, essentially, the wound was up and to the left, correct?
I don't know that I ever said up. It almost looks like it, to me, by looking at the wound, it almost looks like it's, if I'm looking straight ahead with my head, it almost looks like it's a downward angle to me.
Okay.
Not a lot, but slightly. And to her left, to the shooter's right. Yes, so that direction, towards her left.
And that's just based on your training and experience, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You've testified to the word bluff in the course of your discussion with Ms. Dunlop. Ms. Dunlop would ask you if you were making a bluff when you were speaking with Mr. Hildabrand.
Oh, yes, ma'am, yeah.
And to be clear, when you ask someone an answer that you already know the answer to, do you feel that implies some element of untruthfulness to the person you're talking to?
On my part?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. I suspected that there was no cameras out there. I wasn't sure, because it had been a while since I've been to the Alpine Apartments to look for cameras, and also citizens love to put cameras up nowadays for look at their cars or whatever. So I wasn't totally convinced there wasn't evidence. But when I said that, I lied to your client.
So you lied?
Yes, ma'am.
And you lie a lot to people when you're discussing cases with them. Is that fair to say?
A lot might be a strong word. I don't think it's a lot.
You're trained to lie in the course of an investigation as a way to solicit what you think is important information, correct?
I'm also trained to tell the truth and tell them the facts. But if I need to lie to somebody to get them truth, to get past their blatant lies, in my opinion, then I do lie to them, yes, ma'am.
So, fair to say, in your opinion, are you a convincing liar?
Am I a convincing liar?
Do you believe yourself to be a convincing liar when you lie in the course of your
Not always, no, ma'am.
And when you're bluffing. What you're really doing is you're telling a lie, correct?
I'm bluffing. Well, in this case, I don't know that it's a lie. It's just an unknown fact because I didn't know. But I certainly told the truth that we're going to look for video, and I thought that would warrant some kind of response from him because he's going to start thinking, oh, they're going to look at video and they're going to see exactly what happened. They're going to see what I did on Sunday. They're going to see what I didn't do on Sunday. So it wasn't necessarily a lie, but because I wasn't sure. But I didn't have any hesitation. Even if I knew there was no cameras, I would have said the same thing.
You lied.
Yes, ma'am.
Without hesitation.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's something you do based off your training and experience, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any further questions?
Maybe direct.
Detective, you were asked about confirmation bias. Whether you call it that or not, have you had training on being objective and fair?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Have you had training on not beginning an investigation with a preconceived notion?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. And I think it was pretty evident in this case by the fact that the report was done Monday and I didn't arrest him until 3 days later.
Okay.
I wanted to give him every opportunity to help us out.
And I want to talk with you about that warrant affidavit. You were asked kind of about the time between making the decision to seize the apartment and applying for the warrant.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you writing reports during that time?
I was working on my report, and of course, I was writing the affidavit, which is a fairly long form. And then there's the warrants themselves that you have to, it's another form. There's just a number of forms, so I don't type well, so 6 hours is pretty generous as far as applying for 3 warrants.
Your warrant is including not every fact, but many of the facts that you have in your investigation.
Yes, ma'am. I try to be fair as I can. I even put facts in there often that would discredit what I think, but I add them in there so a fair and impartial judge can look at them and like, oh, this looks like there's probable cause to search that residence.
Okay, and you were applying for a warrant for the residence and for both of their phones?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay, and it's not the DA's office that decides if you have probable cause, is it?
No, ma'am, not at all. It's a magistrate or a judge.
Okay, and you submitted that warrant to a judicial officer?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Who approved it?
Yes.
Okay, and based on the information that you had at the time, you knew that Saria Hildabrand had gone missing?
I did.
That her husband waited over 30 hours to report her?
That's correct.
That he was inconsistent about what time she left for work vis-a-vis the text message versus her phone being there?
That's correct.
That he had apparently sent a text message calling her into work?
That's correct.
Okay, and that he was the last one that was seen with her alive?
That's correct.
And that there was a gunshot that went off the night before, or the night shortly after she was seen alive?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you relayed all that to the magistrate?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, and you also had information that he had purchased new bedding?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. At the point you applied for the search warrant, did you know about the trash can from Lowe's yet?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
Okay. But all the other things that I've outlaid, you put into your search warrant?
I did, absolutely.
Okay. And that the defendant had also lied about what he purchased at Fred Meyer's?
That's correct.
Okay.
And the amount of times he went to Fred Meyer.
Okay. And I just want to talk a little bit about this lying in an interaction with a suspect.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you attempting to get him to admit what had happened?
Absolutely, yes, I was.
Okay. And would him believing that there were cameras that were going to catch what had happened aid in that?
I thought at the time it would have, and it certainly has helped in the past because people go from, I don't know what happened to, this is what happened.
Okay. And did you actually see that in the course of your conversation?
Absolutely.
With Mr. Hildabrand?
He started with one story that I stayed at home all day. I vegetated. I sat on the couch. I did nothing. I watched my wife walk out of the apartment at 10 o'clock. I waited until 9 or 10 o'clock that night, and then I drove to Bread and Brew. And that's really all he told me. And then when I told him, well, what about the cameras we're going to look at? Oh, well, maybe I went out. I went out and bought ingredients for avocado salad. I went to the Brown Jug and bought a bottle of liquor and a 2-liter bottle of Coke. And I don't think he would have even told me that and have lied to him or bluff or whatever you want to call it. So, yes, ma'am, I was trying to get him to admit what I suspected happened. Okay.
And I think that's all the questions I have for you. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you, Detective.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time.
Your Honor, at this point, the state's prepared to rest.
All right, that means we need to take another break. That's about a break. Things we need to discuss before we move forward at this point. Please don't discuss the case. We'll have you back here as soon as we're done with that. I'm sorry, you want them to stay put, or?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so there you go. The state has rested in their case. So now let's go into today where we can watch the defense case. So we kind of like right where I needed us to be. So we can make sure that we are good for closing statements and most likely probably a verdict watch, I'm assuming tomorrow. Give me 1 second, I'll get it pulled up. And just so you guys know, he did testify, so that makes this even more spicier. Love when they take the stand, and I have no clue why he took the stand, but I'm gonna let him do it. I'm gonna let him do it. I'm gonna let him do everything that he wanna do. That's what I'm
To
gonna do.
satisfy the
I'm gonna
lesser
let him
included
do
murder
it,
in the
do
second
it, do
degree.
it, do it. Okay, let's see here. And I think they only work half days in Alaska, to be honest, guys. So there's that. SD, you better stay off my man. I don't know what you talking about and what you doing up here in this chat right now. I'm up here trying to clip his testimony up to make sure everything is good with the good. Like, what are you doing? And don't be telling Lynn about him. I'm telling you, we don't know how to act when we get some eye candy up here. And boy, oh boy, was he some eye candy. I can't get past clipping the doggone testimony because I keep trying to look at him. Would y'all find him and tell him I want to do an interview? Can y'all find him and tell him I want to do an interview? Tell him Sweet Pea want to do an interview about nothing. All right, here we go, guys.
Okay. Ms. Brewster, did you see anything?
Decide
Ms. Brewster?
Yes, Judge. One of our witnesses, Ms. Saria Hildabrand, I did not decide to call her as a witness until after the trial had started, and so she watched some of the proceedings on court TV. I'm disclosing this to the court and the parties. After we decided to call her as a witness, I instructed her to stop watching.
When did you decide to call her as a witness?
I decided to call her last Monday afternoon.
State?
We can certainly question about court TV to.
Do you want to have a chance to do that before we bring the jury in?
Yeah. My concern, I guess, is just at least a brief offer of proof, Judge. My understanding is she lives out of state. She wasn't here during the relevant time period, hadn't met the victim. So I don't
What are
know
you calling her for?
what she could offer.
I'm calling her as a 404A1 witness
Character for peacefulness?
to testify that he's not a person,
Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
and also to provide some background information about his relationship with his brother.
With his brother?
Yes.
Okay. And how's that relevant?
I think it goes to his mental state during the course of events in this case.
His brother that's in jail for sexual assault?
No, the other one.
The one that has a broken relationship anymore, it's about DD.
I can't imagine that's relevant, Judge.
Judge, we're entitled to present a defense in this prosecution.
I understand that. What's the purpose of the brother? How's this relationship work in?
Our position is that Mr. Hildabrand was in a state of fear and panic in this case.
At what point?
After he discovered Mrs. Hildabrand deceased. And that explains why he did the things for you based off of brought the jury in.
Bryce is your investigator?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mrs. Hildabrand.
Good morning.
Do you need a glass of water?
No, right now I'm okay.
Okay. Mrs. Hildabrand, we're not in front of the presence of the jury right now. I just had some questions for you based off of what you've seen in this trial so far. Have you, prior to last Monday evening, did you watch Mr. Hildebrand's trial on Court TV?
I did not.
Prior to?
Oh, prior to, yes. Up until last Monday when court went into recess, I had watched it.
And do you recall what you've seen so far?
I saw, yes, the prosecution's witnesses and the opening statements.
To give the court some background, you are Mr. Hildebrand's adoptive mother, correct? And did you see anything in the news prior to seeing what you saw on Court TV?
Yes.
And the things you saw on Court TV, were they similar to what you'd seen in the news?
Yes.
Anything that you've seen on Court TV, will that affect your ability to testify truthfully today?
No.
And can you set aside any knowledge that you've gained from seeing, it sounds like, opening statements and some of the state's witnesses? Can you set that aside and just testify to the facts as you know them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
State, any question?
No question from the state, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You want to just stay there? Oh, she's not the first witness. I'm sorry, you can step down.
Okay.
You ready?
Yes.
That's
I just want to make sure there's no objection.
No. I mean, there may be objections to the background information, but we'll take those as they come.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Billy, we're ready.
And the state would just raise one thing about Ms. Hildabrand's testimony, that I understand that defense in part wants to raise it for the relationship between the brothers, but it would be objectionable for them to be raising what they think or feel about each other.
Good morning, please be seated.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, the defense calls Mr. Stewart Rice.
All right, Mr. Rice, will you please stand?
I do. Stewart Rice, S-T-E-W-A-R-T, Rice, R-I-C-E.
Good morning, Mr. Rice.
Morning.
Mr. Rice, where are you presently employed?
The Alaska Public Defender Agency.
And were you employed with the Alaska Public Defender Agency in August of 2023?
I was.
Have you been employed with the Alaska Public Defender Agency since August of 2023 to the present?
I have.
And what is your role at the Public Defender Agency?
I'm an investigator with the agency.
What does an investigator do?
Interview witnesses, sometimes collect video footage, any subpoenas served for trial, we handle that, and then just general trial preparation.
Do you recall if you interviewed a young lady with the name of Marie Wentz in Mr. Hildabrand's case?
I did.
And did you record that interview?
I did.
Why do you record interviews?
For trial, of course, and obviously for record, just along the entire process.
And have you reviewed that interview prior to today?
I have.
And did you bring with you any exhibits?
I did.
What exhibits did you bring with you?
It's 2 clips from that interview, 2 short clips from the entire interview, it's about 20 minutes or so.
How long are the clips?
The interview was 20 minutes. The clips are like a minute each.
Okay. And are those clips of a conversation you had with Ms. Wentz?
They are.
When did you have that conversation with her?
It was May 14th of 23.
23 or 24?
I believe it was 2024, excuse me. Yeah.
And the clips that you brought with you, are those fair and accurate clips that document the conversation you had with Ms. Wentz?
They are.
And did you prepare them personally?
I put them on I got them on the disk.
Okay. And did you review them before you?
I did.
And is that an accurate depiction of the portions of the conversation that you had with her?
It is.
Judge, at this time I'd move to admit. And for the record, can you please identify the letters of the exhibits?
Yeah, the first clip is going to be Exhibit B, and the second clip will be Exhibit C.
For defense?
For defense.
Judge, at this time we would move to admit defense Exhibit B and C.
And object to foundation, may we approach?
Yes. Did you provide a exhibit list for me? No? They're admitted, you can
And we move to publish.
publish.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
For the record, I think defense Exhibit B and C. And I'm, for the record, Your Honor, I'm going to be playing Defense Exhibit B.
Okay, I guess can you kind of hit the rewind and go into those prior times? How did he, when he was that drunk, how did he seem?
It seems fine. He kind of just, we would, one time we were like at a bonfire, so he just seemed chill and was like trying to defuse his friend starting a fight. And then the other time we were all at their apartment, so he just like wanted to go to bed. Each time it was fine. Like it just seemed like a drunk person, and then he wanted to go to sleep, and that was it.
Okay.
And do you recall that conversation, Mr. Stewart?
I do.
And was that an accurate depiction of what Ms. Wentz told you?
It was.
Thank you. And next I'm going to publish Defense Exhibit C.
Submitted, you may publish.
I guess, again, the car ride, the Uber ride to their place, everything's still in the up and up?
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't really talking. He was like, his head was on his shoulder and like lolling back. He did puke in the Uber. But we kind of figured that was going to happen because he was mixing drinks, but
yeah,
he seemed really out of it and like falling asleep.
Is that a fair depiction of the conversation of that clip? Is that clip a fair depiction of what Ms. Wentz told you?
It was.
Okay, thank you. Did I have any further questions?
Any cross?
Briefly. Sir, you've been assigned to this case for 3 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you said your duties include reviewing video, doing subpoenas, general trial prep.
Yes.
Do you review discovery in this case?
I do.
How many pages?
I believe it's,
Objection relevant?
Overruled.
I can't tell you honestly the exact page count at the current amount. I know for the longest time it was like 561, and then all the Celebrite and everything that we all saw came in, and that's however many pages, so I can give you the exact amount.
Hundreds of pages?
Hundreds of pages.
Okay. Did you interview more witnesses than Ms. Wentz?
I did.
Okay. And you reviewed those Celebrite phone records?
I did.
Okay. Did you ever go to the scene?
I have been in the scene.
You have?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're here to testify about 2 clips, 30-second clips of a 20-minute interview?
Yes, ma'am.
One of those clips, I want to be clear, the first clip isn't even about the night that this happened?
Yeah, okay.
And your interview with Ms. Wentz was almost a year after the event, or 8 months after the event?
8 months, you could say.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
You interviewed right.
No, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Judge, next defense will be calling Mrs. Paula Hildabrand.
Okay. Morning, ma'am. Before you have a seat, please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give now is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. May be seated and state your name and spell it, please.
Paula Hildabrand, Paulahildabrand.
Good morning, Mrs. Hildabrand.
Good morning.
Mrs. Hildabrand, do you know Zarrius Hildabrand?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you know Zarrius?
I'm his mother.
And when you say you're his mother, can you tell us when you met Zarrius?
I met Zarrius when he was 6 years old.
How did you come to meet him?
He came to our home as a foster placement, and we ultimately adopted.
And how old was Zarrius when you adopted him?
8.
Did you raise Zarrius?
Yes.
Did he live with you when he went to high school?
Yes.
Do you recall where he went to high school?
Yes, Central Hardin High School.
How old was he when he graduated from high school?
17.
Did he live with you after he graduated?
He did.
And did he ever move out?
He moved out for a brief time, roughly about 3 months.
When he was out, how old?
It would have been I believe that summer after graduation, maybe the next summer. He was 18, so it was the next summer.
And so it sounds like he moved out and then came back.
He did.
Did he move out? How long did he live with you when he came back?
When he came back, it was probably 3 or 4 months before he entered the military.
Okay. And during that time, what part of the country were you living in?
We live in Kentucky.
Okay. And how old was Zarrius when he joined the military?
He would have been 21.
And
20?
Fair to say he didn't live with you once he joined the military?
He was 19, sorry. It was in 2021 when he joined the military.
Thank you. And when he joined the military, did he live with you during that time?
No, well, until he left to go to basic training in September.
September of what year?
2021.
Did you stay in contact with Zarrius?
Yes.
After he joined the military?
Yes, as much as we could. He couldn't call as often in basic or AIT, but when he could call, he would call.
Do you recall where Zarrius was living in, for example, November of 2021?
He was still at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, because he graduated basic right before Thanksgiving of that year.
And did you speak to him, how often did you speak to him between the time period of, say, November 2021 up to his 21st birthday?
After he got out of AIT, I can easily say at least weekly.
And do you recall if he moved to Alaska at some point?
He did. I don't remember the exact time. It was after he got out of AIT. That's where his orders were.
And did you stay in touch with him when he lived in Alaska?
Yes, ma'am.
From the time that you met Zarrius when he was 6 years old to his 21st birthday, and when is Zarrius' 21st birthday?
August 5th, 2023.
From the time you met him from foster care to his 21st birthday, have you ever known him to be a violent person?
No.
I want to talk a little more about Zarrius's, well, when you met Zarrius, did he have any siblings?
He did. He had 3.
Was he the oldest, middle, younger?
Of that group, he was the middle.
And did he have, who are his younger siblings?
His younger siblings are Olivia and Michael, who we call MJ.
How old was MJ when you met him?
22 months.
And how old was Zarrius again?
He was 6.
What can you tell me about the relationship between MJ and Zarrius as they grew up?
Of course, at the beginning, MJ followed him around everywhere, and he didn't like it. In middle school, you don't like your little brother tagging along all the time, so, it wasn't as close. But as they got older, they became closer. They were both athletes. The other kids in our home didn't do sports as much. They were the athletes, and MJ idolized his brother, and Zarrius grew to be a role model for him.
Can you tell me what role model meant from what you observed?
MJ wanted to live his life like Zarrius.
Was Zarrius, as a matter of habit, emotionally protective of MJ?
Yes, as they got older, of course, he was. He was emotionally protective of all of us.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
Good morning, Mrs. Hildabrand.
Good morning.
So the defendant is your son, correct?
Correct.
And you met Saria Hildabrand.
I did.
What did you think of her?
Oh, I loved her. She was a beautiful person, inside and out.
Yeah. Did you meet her in person?
I did. When they got married, he brought her to our house before they went to Utah to be married, and she spent about 4 to 5 days with us.
Did she seem happy?
Yes.
She seemed like a sweet girl.
Oh, yes, absolutely. She was a dog person, and we're dog people, so we immediately hit it right off.
And then you weren't in Alaska in August of 2023, correct?
I was not.
You've never been to Alaska before this?
Oh, no, I did visit.
Okay.
I visited Zarrius and Saria in June of 2023.
How was Saria then?
Wonderful. She cooked dinner for us, they did, and she hung out with us when she wasn't at work.
They had both dogs, right? They had the puppy?
Lily and Coke.
How was she with the dogs then?
Oh, she loved those dogs.
And you didn't personally witness anything relevant to this case right around that time? You weren't here?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. And you've been emotionally supporting your son, the defendant, since his arrest, correct?
Yes.
You've been calling him?
I can't call him. He calls me.
He's been calling you, and you've been aware that those calls have been recorded?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So you were aware that those calls were recorded?
Yes.
Zarrius repeatedly asked you not to visit him or come to Alaska, right?
Yes,
And he repeatedly asked you not to come to this trial.
he did.
And when were you told that they wanted you here?
Last Monday evening.
And has it been difficult for you to come here and testify?
Yes.
And then since his arrest and all those calls that you've had with him, he never once talked to you about missing or loving Saria Hildabrand, did he?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your time.
Maybe he's right.
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have a...
Yes. Folks, we need to take a break. And the ends of trials are a bit like the end of a basketball game. There's a lot of timeouts, if you will, but we have a couple things we need to discuss before we bring you back in. But I think we are going to. All right. So please don't discuss the case yet. We'll have you back here in a few. Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Hildabrand, we had a discussion at the beginning of the case that there are a number of decisions that your attorneys make that you don't have the ultimate say in. And I'm sure that much of this trial you felt like much of what's been going on in your life a bit out of control. But one of the things that you are in control of, that you have complete the ability to make a decision on, is whether or not you testify. And when we talked earlier, I encouraged you to consider advice of counsel. You've got two experienced attorneys to help you with that decision, but that ultimately nobody can make that decision for you but you. And so at this point, I'm going to ask whether you've made that decision and what your decision is.
Yes, Your Honor. I plan to testify.
You plan to testify?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. And you're doing so knowing fully that if you chose not to testify, just as you've heard in the instructions, it would be reiterated and would explain to them again that they can't take into consideration your decision not to testify. But knowing that, you would like to go forward and testify.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Then I find that you're doing that knowingly and voluntarily. Is she ready to take the stand?
I actually need to come for a break quickly. I'm sorry, Judge.
Officers, can we just leave them up or?
Yes.
Okay.
And just before
I want to make this quick, like 5 minutes.
There was one thing I wanted to approach on prior to testimony, if we could just have 1 second.
Do you want to do that now, or do
Yeah.
you need to come for break now? Okay.
Order regarding its post. Number 12 is just regarding the jail calls. We're asking for protective order regarding mentions of suicide or suicide precautions, as well as accepting or serving jail time and negotiation. Those are present in jail calls.
State.
I have to hear
And
what,
this is number 12 we're talking about right now? Okay.
I mean, I have to hear what the direct is. At this point, I don't know.
Okay. And then
I don't
15?
think plea agreements are ever going to be
No,
relevant.
they're not.
Whether he was suicidal while in jail or after this event may go to consciousness of guilt.
Mm-hmm. 13?
It's under, I might say wrong, Gadamiski.
Gadomski.
I think GA Dunlap is familiar. We're just asking for protective order regarding his post-arrest and pre-arrest silence. In that case, there was questioning by the state repeatedly going to his post-arrest silence and pre-arrest silence. So that's regarding Judge.
I can ask him about what he did say to the police, certainly.
What he did. So, yeah. All right. All right. Are we ready? Would you prefer that your client is on the stand when they come in, or do you want him to be?
I would like him on the stand, Judge.
Okay, let's go ahead and. Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Hildabrand, if you remain standing, please, and raise your right hand. I do.
Yes. My name is Zarrius Hildabrand, Zarrius Hildabrand.
Good morning, Mr. Hildebrand.
Good morning.
Mr. Hildebrand, what is your birthday?
My birthday is August 5th, 2002.
How old are you today?
I'm currently 23.
And when was your 21st birthday?
My 21st birthday would have been August 5th, 2003.
Three?
Sorry, 2023.
Mr. Hildebrand, where were you born?
I was born in Elizabethtown, Kentucky.
And do you have any brothers?
Yeah,
Do you have adopted brothers or blood brothers or both?
I have both.
How old were you when you were adopted?
When I was adopted, I was 6, but I went to foster, or when I was adopted, I was 8, but I went to foster care when I was 6.
And when you went to foster care, did you have did you have blood brothers with you?
Yes.
What were their names?
Denente and MJ.
And did you have a little sister?
Yes,
And were they brought into your foster home with you?
they were.
And did they go to your adoptive parents' home with you?
They did.
And then you said you also have some adopted brothers. Can you tell us about them?
Yes, they were my 2 older brothers, Caleb and Bradley.
And did you grow up with them?
Bradley not so much, and then Caleb was there every other weekend, so.
And can you tell me, did you grow up with MJ?
I did.
What was your first memory of MJ?
Just him being a little brother.
Okay. Can you tell me do you remember much about your life before you went into foster care?
Bits and pieces, but most of my memories didn't really start till after I was adopted.
Okay. Do you recall if you've ever, before you went into foster care, what do you remember about your biological mom?
Not a lot. Kind of a ghost-type presence. Like, I knew she was there, but I don't ever remember physically seeing her.
Do you recall if you ever got in the way between your mom and MJ somehow?
Not my mom and MJ, but my mom's boyfriends. I took a butt whooping for my little brother at one point.
How old were you when that happened?
4 or 5. He was still a baby when I did that.
And when you went to your mother Paula's home, how did your relationship with MJ develop?
I saw him as an annoying little brother until he got about 6th grade, and that's when he started to get active in sports and start growing up, and that's when I kind of realized that I wanted to be the older brother for him that I didn't have.
What do you mean by that?
So my older brother we're very different, and me and MJ were very much more alike, and I wanted to kind of help guide him to make sure that he did everything the right way.
And how far behind in school was MJ from you?
4 years, 5 years.
Do you remember where you went to high school?
I went to Central Hardin High School.
What year did you graduate?
2020.
Did you get to walk for your graduation, or was it during COVID?
It was a soft walk, but I did walk across the stage for my graduation.
And what did you do after you graduated from high school?
After I graduated high school, I worked a little bit, worked at a Ford dealership for a little bit, and then I moved away, worked at a factory, and then came back home and realized that that's when I wanted to join the Army.
How old were you when you joined the Army?
I was 19.
Why did you join the Army?
I needed a sense of direction in life. At one point, my mom found a bunch of beer cans and was like, you need to do something with your life, and the Army was the direction I wanted to go.
So tell me about basic training. How old were you when you went to basic training?
I was 19 when I went through basic training.
What time of year and month was that?
It would have been September of 21 is when I started going through basic training.
What is basic training like?
It's one of the most stressful environments you'll go through. They try to take you from a civilian and form you into a soldier, essentially.
Did you meet anyone that you would grow to be friends with at basic training?
Yeah.
Did you meet Saria at basic training?
I did, yes.
Tell me about the first time you saw her.
The first time I saw her, we were in formation. I was in 2nd platoon and she was in 4th platoon, and so my platoon was in front of hers. And I remember someone yelling my name or like whispering like Hildabrand, and I looked back and that's when I saw Saria. That's the first time I saw her.
What did you think?
I found her attractive, but I didn't really pursue it at the point.
And you were in basic training at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever go on a date with her?
Yes, we went on a date in AIT.
And can you tell the jury what AIT is?
It's essentially Advanced Individual Training is what it stands for, and it's job training. So, like, I was a 13 Bravo, and my AIT taught me how to do that.
What is that?
13 Bravo is just a cannon crew member. Cannon crew member.
Cannon crew member.
Yes, ma'am.
How big of a cannon?
I was on the 777, so it's a 155 millimeter round. The best way to describe it is massive. It's a massive piece.
So tell us about this first date when you were in AIT.
So when you're in a training environment, which is what AIT is considered, it's considered TRADOC, and there's what's called a battle buddy system, and it can be two guys can go out by themselves or two girls can go out by themselves, but it can never be just a guy and a girl that go out by themselves. So one of my friends said, hey, let's go to the PX. It was a Saturday, I didn't have anything else to do. I figured, why not? And I get to the PX and we sit at a table, and then Saria's friends kind of drop her off and run away and leave me with me and my friend. He's sitting like 2 tables down, and it's me and Saria.
And to give us a little bit of background on this, what state were you in at that time?
I was still at Fort Sill, Oklahoma.
And what is a PX?
It stands for Post Exchange, but it's like a big store that sells everything that you could ever need, essentially.
Does it have any fast food restaurants or?
It's kind of like a mall. There's restaurants, there's little stations, and then there's the big store attached to it.
And who was the friend that set this up?
Zach Farrar.
How long were you at AIT?
A couple months. My AIT was only 5 weeks, but I was a holdover for airborne school, so that took a little bit and took a while for me to go to airborne school.
And how long were you in airborne school?
Once again, probably about 5 weeks. I was a holdover because after I graduated, they had to get all my stuff situated so that I can come up to Alaska.
When did you find out you were moving to Alaska?
After I got my airborne orders, I didn't want to go to the duty station I was initially supposed to go to, so I picked up an airborne contract, thinking I would go somewhere else, and I ended up coming to Alaska instead.
Do you remember the month and year you came to Alaska?
March, April of 22.
Were you still dating Saria at that time?
I was.
When did you decide you wanted to marry Saria?
Say when she first came up here, she came and visited me on my first block leave, which was in June of 22, and that's pretty much when I decided, like, I wanted to marry her.
Where did you get married?
We got married in Utah.
Who was there?
Her mom, her stepdad at the time, her grandparents, and then one of her friends was there as well.
And what day did you get married?
December 29th.
Did Saria live in Alaska when you got married?
No, she still lived in Utah, but then ended up moving to Alaska.
When did you move?
She came up here in January and February of 2023.
Were you living in the barracks?
From the point to where I initially came up here to when I cleared the barracks, yeah, I was living in the barracks.
Did Saria live with you in the barracks?
No, we had an apartment off post when she moved up here.
When did you move to that apartment?
It would have been late January, early February of 2023.
Do you recall the address of that apartment?
5210 Mockingbird Drive, and there's apartment number 13.
Zarrius, I want to talk a little bit more about some of your background information, specifically relating to alcohol. How old were you the first time you had alcohol?
14 through 16, one of those early years.
And how would you get it?
Initially, I would, sneak a beer here and there from my parents. And then later on, when I was about 16, I had a friend's mom who would buy us alcohol, and she would essentially let us drink at their place because she wanted us to be in a safe environment. She knew we were high school kids, we were going to drink anyways, and she just wanted us to be safe in a healthy environment to where we weren't, it was controlled, essentially.
Okay. Did you keep drinking after you graduated from high school?
Yes, I did.
And had you ever drunk to the point where you didn't remember what happened the night before, prior to your 21st birthday?
Once or twice, yeah, maybe more than that, but yes.
And how old were you when that happened?
I'd say the first time that happened, I was 18 or 19, and maybe happened once or twice a year until my 21st birthday.
Was Saria older than you?
She was. She was older than me by 1 year, 1 month, and 1 day.
Did she ever buy you alcohol?
Of course.
Did your friends buy you alcohol?
Of course.
Did your colleagues in the Army buy you alcohol?
Yes.
When you drink heavily, you said sometimes you blacked out. You recall that?
Yes.
Or you recall waking up and not knowing what happened?
Yes.
Would you ever watch videos of yourself doing things you don't remember doing?
Occasionally, yes. I would typically go through my phone after a night where I didn't remember what happened, and that's usually what my routine was.
And did you ever, besides blackout drinking, when you drink a lot, what would normally happen?
Usually find somewhere to go to sleep.
Have you ever slept hard through something while you were drinking?
Yeah, when I decide I want to lay down, pretty much the only thing that's going to wake me up is myself. Like, I will wake up when I want to.
When you were 17, were you drinking at the point when you were 17 where you would just fall asleep?
Yeah.
And that was in Kentucky?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever drink at a bonfire?
Many times.
Do you recall if you ever slept through anything loud when you were at a bonfire in Kentucky?
Yes, naturally bonfires are loud, and people were throwing beer cans in the fire and was making popping noises, and I slept through that.
I want to talk a little bit more about your relationship with Saria. I specifically want to talk about a girl named Cheyenne.
Okay.
Zarrius, who is Cheyenne?
She was a woman I was having an affair with. She lived back in Kentucky.
How did you meet her?
We met when I was younger, before I left for the Army.
How did you communicate with Cheyenne?
We communicated on Snapchat.
When did you start talking to Cheyenne on Snapchat?
Initially, probably around 2020, and then we kind of fell off and then reconnected in 2023.
What month?
Did we reconnect?
Yes.
March, April.
When you were married to Saria, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever have a conversation, or were you ever confronted about Cheyenne by Saria?
No.
Were there other girls besides Cheyenne?
Just once, yes.
Did Saria ever confront you with suspicions that you were cheating on her?
Yes.
And when was that?
That would have been around April or May of 2023.
How can you remember that date?
How?
Yes.
I tend to use when I go out to the field to kind of date my years, and we had just recently came back from the field.
So when did you go to the field last, in 2023?
July of 2023.
And before the July 2023 field training, when was the time that you'd been out before that?
February into March of 2023 was a pretty big training exercise.
How many weeks was it?
5.
Where was it?
It was, I'm going to say Fairbanks because I don't really know the interior very well, but it was, I remember my phone locating it at the North Pole.
Did you take your phone with you to the training?
I had it on me, but like once it's called going into the box, the phones were kind of left off because it was a very serious training.
And did Saria confront you about her suspicions of cheating after your February-March field training in Fairbanks?
She did.
How did that conversation go?
She basically just wanted to know what was going on and why, and just normal, why are you cheating on me questions.
Did you feel guilty?
Yes.
But you kept talking to Cheyenne.
I did.
Why would you do that?
Because I felt it would have been suspicious if I just stopped talking to her in general. So I tried to wind it down slowly. That way it looked less suspicious on Cheyenne's end.
Did Cheyenne know you were married?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. We're going to talk more about your Snapchat conversations later. I want to talk a little more about your phone.
Okay.
What kind of phone did you have back in August of 2023?
I believe it was an iPhone 12 or 13. I can't tell you exactly what model.
How long had you had it?
Maybe a year. I think I got a new phone when I moved up to the state of Alaska, so around a year.
What was your relationship like with your phone, Zarrius?
Pretty much always on me. It's a way to communicate in the Army, so you kind of have to have it always on you. I just do what everyone else does on their phone, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook Marketplace, stuff like that.
By the time you're living in your Mockingbird apartment, where would you keep your phone as a matter of having to sleep?
It would have been right next to me on the ground. That's where we charged our phones. It was right next to the bed, so it would have been right there.
Do you recall if your phone had a password?
Yes.
Do you recall if anyone else had the password to your phone?
Yes.
Who else had your phone?
My wife, Saria, had my password.
Your phone was always with you, though. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit more about some of the things in your apartment. Did you have firearms in the Mockingbird apartment?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
What type of guns did you have?
There was a SIG, 6-hour handgun, and then a Glock handgun in there.
Who owns the Glock?
It was a friend. He lived in the barracks, so I told him he could register the Glock to my apartment. That way he didn't have to go through the long process of checking his gun in and out of the arms room when he wanted to take it out.
Who bought the SIG?
I did.
Who used the SIG?
Mainly me, but Saria was familiar with it. She had shot a very similar gun in the National Guard, and she was comfortable shooting it and carrying it as well.
Where would the SIG normally be in your home?
It would have normally been like slightly under my bed by me.
Did Saria know where the SIG was kept?
Yes.
Zarrius, I want to talk to you a little more now about your 21st birthday.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you excited to turn 21?
Yes.
Why?
So I could finally stop relying on people to buy alcohol. I could finally go into a liquor store and buy my own beer, buy my own liquor, and I could also buy my own tobacco products.
Your memory of August 5th, 2023, your 21st birthday, do you remember everything that happened that day?
No.
Okay. And I want to talk to you a little bit about your memory the following days. Do you remember everything that happened from August 6th, 2023 to August 11th, 2023?
I do not.
We saw in the course of this trial, we've seen cell phone records, for example. Does your memory work like a cell phone? Can you remember everything verbatim like a phone?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And the time from the morning of August 6th, 2023 to August 11th, 2023, you said your memory is not the best at that time. Why is that?
I was going through a lot of stress and processing a lot of different emotions, and it just all kind of felt like one really long day.
When you look back on those days, do they feel real?
No, it kind of felt like I was watching myself, like third person almost.
Has it been difficult to see what you've seen throughout the course of this trial about those days?
Yeah.
So let's go back to your 21st birthday on August 5th, 2023. What's the first thing you remember on that day?
The first thing I remember was Saria came home. She had got a bunch of decorations and stuff, and I was a little upset because I didn't want my 21st birthday to be that big of a deal. I didn't really want to decorate for it. And I was a little upset, but we moved past it. It was nothing. It was nothing after that. After we moved past it, it was irrelevant.
Did anybody that you're friends with come over to your apartment?
Yes, Marie came over later that evening after we went out to eat because of Dave & Buster's together.
Where'd you go out to eat?
We went to Narto's. It's a ramen/sushi place in town.
And do you remember if you drank there?
Yeah, I did have a beer there. It was my first official beer, being 21.
Do you remember what that beer was?
I don't know how to pronounce it, but it was Sapporo's, I believe is how it's pronounced.
And so you left dinner and went home, and Marie was there. Was anyone else there?
At that point, no, it was just me, Marie, and Saria, my wife. And
then you said you went to Dave & Buster's.
Yes, ma'am.
What was Dave & Buster's like?
It was fun. We met a couple more people that were going out with us. We really wanted this pickle Rick, it was about a 3-foot tall stuffed animal that we really wanted. So, it was my main objective that night to get the pickle Rick.
Did you drink at Dave & Buster's?
I don't remember.
Buzzed at Dave & Buster's?
At that point, yeah, I had buzz.
How much did you drink before you went to Dave & Buster's?
Maybe 5 or 6 beers.
Where did you go after Dave & Buster's?
After Dave & Buster's, we then went back to our apartment, did an outfit change, and waited for a couple other people to come over. At that point, there was 3 guys there. We shotgunned a beer together, and then one of the guys left, and then me, Marie, Isaac, and my wife Ubered to Willowa.
Had you ever been to the Willowa before?
I had not.
Do you recall what you were drinking at the Willowa?
Yeah, initially we were taking shots, and then started drinking trash cans and AMFs.
And AMF, that has a name.
Yeah, AMF is an abbreviation.
Without saying the last word of it, what are the first 2 words?
Adios, mother effer is what the AMF stands for.
Are those strong?
Yes.
How many of those did you have?
At least 2, and I also had at least 2 trash cans, which the trash can and AMF are essentially the same drink, except for the trash can has a Red Bull, on top of it.
And you were doing shots?
Yes, before I started drinking mixed drinks, we were taking shots.
How many shots did you do?
At least 4. It was probably more than that, though.
Do you remember what time you got to the Willowa?
No, at that point I was somewhere in between buzzed and drunk, so I didn't really check my phone frequently throughout the night.
Do you remember leaving the Willow?
I do not.
Okay. Mr. Hildebrand, we're gonna put on the screen, I'm gonna have to turn on the. Mr. Hildebrand, I'm going to approach you with what has been admitted as Plaintiff's Exhibit 297.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, maybe dim the lights a little. And if you look behind you, do you see Plaintiff's Exhibit 297?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hildebrand, do you recognize that Plaintiff Exhibit 297?
Vaguely.
Do you recognize the people in that picture?
I do. Yeah, that's Saria, my wife.
And who is she with?
She's with me.
And where is that picture taken?
I believe that's in the smoking area of Willowa.
Do you remember taking this picture with Saria?
Kind of. This is one of my last memories of the night. This is when the night starts getting spotty.
Zarrius, have you seen pictures of yourself when you're intoxicated before?
Yes.
Can you tell, how do you look in this picture?
Well, my eyes are kind of lower. I'm smiling, I'm always smiling when I'm drunk. And then throughout the process of me drinking, my hat tends to make its way backwards. And that's how I know that I'm drunk in this picture.
And next I want to talk to you about State's Exhibit 298. If you look to the screen, do you recognize Plaintiff's Exhibit 298?
I recognize the people in the picture, yes.
Who's in that picture?
That would be me leaning on my wife's shoulder.
And do you remember this picture?
I do not.
Do you remember, do you know, based on your memory, do you have any idea where this was taken?
No.
But you've seen it in the trial?
Yes.
Okay. How would you describe yourself in this photo?
Passed out drunk.
I want to talk now about where you lived. You said you lived in an apartment, on Mockingbird Drive, apartment 13?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've seen in the course of this trial, have you seen Plaintiff Exhibit 17?
I have.
And I don't know if we could get the laser. Can you show the jury with the laser pointer on the screen where your apartment was in Plaintiff Exhibit 17?
Yes, ma'am. It was right about there.
And where would you walk the dogs?
This area right here, usually, from here, and then there's a park over here we would sometimes walk them as well.
And how many exits are there on your side of the building, from the building? Can you show us?
On the whole building or just?
On your side of the building.
I think technically two. There's an exit right here, and then there's another exit right here as well.
And where's your apartment relative to that?
I would say my apartment's right here, and the exit's at this corner.
Okay. Thank you. I have another question that's just to clear something up. You've seen Plaintiff Exhibit 335.
I have, yes.
Do you know who that is?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's just someone I was in the basic training and then AIT with as well.
Okay. Did you have any reason to suspect any sorts of affairs or anything like that with this person?
No, that was one of my friends.
Okay. And Plaintiff Exhibit 98. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That'd be the Glock that I kept at my apartment for my friend.
Thank you. I want to talk a little bit about your apartment and where you lived. And while I do that, I want, so I want to talk about the apartment you lived, specifically the apartment complex.
Yes, ma'am.
And your apartment building. And while we do that, would it be helpful for you, when we're talking about your apartment, to have a diagram of it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall the layout of your apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, if I can approach with...
So you're wanting him to sketch out the layout?
Yes, Judge.
Do you have an easel?
Yes, Judge. I think.
Right.
And while I'm working on this...
Do we have the easel that we use for the, it's already, that's, it might be easier than wrestling with that.
Yeah.
Let's get to the other easel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, so I'm working on this. If you could take your microphone and come into the well.
Walk around? Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry for the marker.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you folks all see?
So can you draw the outline of your apartment, 13?
Yes, ma'am.
Starting with the walls,
I'll just do,
just the outside, like the box.
okay.
Can you draw where the front door is?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is to your immediate left when you come in the front door?
After you come to the front door, there's a closet right here. The little closet, it's just coats and shoes.
Where's the kitchen?
The kitchen is down the hallway, over here in this corner right here.
Where is the dining room?
Directly next to the kitchen. They wouldn't really consider a dining room. We just had a kitchen table right here, or a dining room table, I would say.
Where's the living room?
The living room's over here. You want to draw it? Okay. Like here. Sorry, the proportions aren't really the best, but say that's the living room.
Where was your bedroom?
My bedroom would have been over here. Put MB.
And you have a dog?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was the dog room?
It would have been the second bedroom in the apartment.
Where was the bathroom?
The bathroom was kind of right here.
Was there a hall between the bathroom and your bedroom?
Yeah, there's a little hall. It had a little closet over here on this side, and then a bigger closet over here on this side, and then the hall led through here.
Was there a door to that?
Little slider door, I guess, is what you could call it, like accordion style door. That's the best way I could describe it.
Was there another bathroom door?
Yes, ma'am. There was another bathroom door. I can't make the bathroom any bigger, but right here was the other bathroom door.
This is scale.
No, not even close.
So this reflects your memory of kind of the basic outline of the apartment on Mockingbird?
Very basic, yes.
Okay. While you're there, I want to ask you some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hildabrand, do you want to just step aside for a minute? So we can all
yes,
see?
sir.
I think some of them, you're blocking their view. There we go. That's probably better for you on that side.
So, kind of, can you explain this? Where's the front door again?
This is the front door, 13.
So when you come in the front door, what do you normally do?
It depends on what's going on. Usually I'll go over here to the living room, and like that. Usually go over to the living room, take my boots off, and then like start relaxing from the day.
Is there anything missing from your apartment here?
Some doors, some furniture, stuff like that.
Can you put some doors?
Yes, ma'am. There's a door to the main bedroom right here, and another door to the dog room right here.
And is there where's the couch, for example?
So we had two couches. There was one right here, and then I'll draw that so it's a little bit better. And then there was another one right here.
And where was the bed in the bedroom?
The bed in the bedroom was on this corner right here, facing, like our feet would have been facing the door.
Okay. So let's talk about some of the state exhibits that we've seen. Let's talk about state exhibit 61.
Yes, sir.
We're going to have it displayed up here, too. Zarrius, do you recognize state exhibit 61?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is it on your map?
On my map, I would say State Exhibit 61 is here. That's like right after you walk past the first little tiny closet, going into the hallway that leads to the bedrooms and then the bathrooms. The bedrooms being here and then the bathroom being here.
Okay. And so on this, can you explain the doors that we see?
Yes, the door closest to, I'm going to say the exhibit number, is the dog room, and then the one furthest away on the same wall would have been the bedroom, the main bedroom, and then the one directly across from that is the bathroom door.
Okay. And then State Exhibit 69, do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am, I do. This is that little accordion-style door I was telling everyone about right here that is in the bathroom facing the main bedroom.
And so it's looking into the main bedroom?
Yes.
All right. And so is there a hallway between the main bedroom and the bathroom?
Yes, ma'am, that's what this little line is, a hallway.
And State Exhibit 75.
Yes, ma'am, I recognize this. This is a picture taken from our bedroom into the hallway. So the picture would have been taken right here, facing this way out the door into the bathroom, right there.
Is there a sink in your bathroom hallway?
In this hallway, there's a sink. There's a little vanity sink, like storage area. You can read all that?
Yes, you want?
Yes. Sorry.
Hey, welcome to the Sweet Pea Gang. Alyssa, are you in the chat? You know, she may be they may be watching a video or something when they join. But if you're in the chat, or if you're not in the chat, or if you're on the replay crew, I just want to say shout out to you. Welcome to the Sweet Pea Gang. Oh, he ain't talking about nothing. He up here lies.
Once again, that sink.
Is that, just so, can you show again exactly how that would look on this map?
Yeah, so if you're looking at the picture is being took from right here, looking this way, but you can also see into the hallway that leads to the bathroom, and you can see that, you can start to see the vanity sink area over here.
Okay. State Exhibit 72.
Yeah, so if you saw the previous exhibit, that one was facing this way, and it feels like this one is just flipped around, and now that's facing, essentially that's right after you walk into our bedroom.
Let me see, on the right of the picture, there's a
little dresser style thing with the TV on it.
Is that a cube?
It's cute. It's like cube storage style for like all the clothes we folded.
So, in State's Exhibit 72, where would you normally keep your phone when you would go to sleep?
If you see where where the bed it meets the sheet that's on the wall, right in that area.
Do you keep it charged?
Yeah, there's charges behind the sheet, and that's just where we kept them charged, and that's where they were.
So your phone not?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we see in the exhibit a pickle?
Yes, that's Pickle Rick.
Where's that?
We won it the night of my birthday.
And this is State's Exhibit 76.
Yes, ma'am. That's a better picture of the tiny closet I drew here, and then looking into the hallway that leads to the bathroom, you can see the sink vanity area a little bit better.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And State's Exhibit 93.
Yes, this is the hallway leading into the living room. As you can see, there's a kitchen table, a kitchen, and then there's the sectional couch I drew right there. You can start to see a coffee table.
And State's Exhibit 92.
It's just another picture. It's more centered towards walking into the living room.
And where's the hallway on the picture?
On the picture, sorry, this would have been the hallway. I feel like I'm making this worse, but the hallway, and then there's like another hallway right here that leads in.
On the picture, can you label the hallway as tile?
Yeah, sure.
And then the living room and kitchen area, was that carpet?
Yes, carpet.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the kitchen was also like tile. The kitchen was also tile.
Okay. And is this an accurate depiction of your kitchen?
Yes, ma'am.
Exhibit number
103.
103. And we see a fridge. Can you point out the fridge in the kitchen?
Yeah, the fridge would have been like right at the edge of the kitchen. So this would have been the fridge.
Can you also see that there's kind of a island wrap around?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And on the other side of the kitchen, is this carpet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to leave that there and we can come back to it later.
Yes, ma'am.
If you want to take a seat.
Are you leaving that easel up?
What would you like? Sorry.
Are you needing it?
I'll put it down for now.
Thank you.
Zarrius, I want to talk, understanding the outline of your apartment a little better. What was the last thing you remember on your 21st birthday?
I remember, like, I wanted to call it a night. I remember, like, leaning on my wife and probably yelling into her ear that I wanted to go home. Like, let's leave, let's go.
Do you remember what time that was?
I do not.
Where were you?
We were still at Willow at that point.
Okay. Zarrius, where did you wake up on the morning of August 6th, 2023?
I woke up in my bed.
And the bed in your apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall where your phone was?
No.
Do you recall where Saria was?
She was lying next to me.
Do you recall what you were wearing?
I was wearing boxers, but no.
Did you look for your phone when you woke up?
I did. That was kind of the first thing I did.
How did you feel in the morning?
Hungover times 100. Still a little drunk from the night before.
How'd your head feel?
Felt like it was getting split in two.
Where, you looked for your phone,
Yes, ma'am.
and it wasn't where you normally had it.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do next?
I began looking for my phone by calling myself off of my wife's phone.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 292.
Sure.
If I can approach.
Yes.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 292?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is that a screenshot of?
That's a screenshot of the 2 calls I placed to my phone off of Saria's phone.
And where did you go? Did you hear your phone?
I heard it buzzing, but the ringer wasn't on.
Okay, so it was on vibrate?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you hear where it was coming from?
Vaguely?
Did you start looking around the apartment for it?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall where you found it?
Not really. It was either in the little hallway that led into our bathroom or on our kitchen table. I don't remember which one exactly.
Do you recall what you did? Did you find it?
Yes, ma'am. I eventually found the phone.
About what time was that? How long had it been from the time that you woke up and couldn't find your phone to the time that you found your phone?
5, 10 minutes. It wasn't long.
Did you remember what had happened the night before?
No, like I said, the last memory I have was around this picture.
What did you start doing?
Typically after I go out and either pass out or forget what happens, I go through social media to try to like re-jog my memory. I check my bank account to see how much damage was done the night before. Just stuff like that I did because it usually helps me remember what had happened the night before.
Did you look at your phone after you found it?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you look at?
I remember checking Instagram, Snapchat, and my bank account, stuff like that.
What did you find on Snapchat?
On Snapchat, I found on Snapchat it tells you when you screenshot a chat and then when someone else screenshots a chat. And I saw that I had screenshotted chats with Cheyenne off my phone, and that's when I checked my phone and saw that the screenshots were there, and then saw that they were sent to my wife's phone and saw that they were on her phone as well.
How many phones did you have in your hand at that time?
I had one in each hand.
And I'm going to approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 301 through State's Exhibit 310. Mr. Hildabrand, do you recognize 301 through 310?
Yes, ma'am. I recognize all these.
What are those?
Pictures of me cheating with Cheyenne.
About what time of the year are those?
April, end of May.
Of what year?
2023.
Is that what you saw when you looked at your phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you see those also on Saria's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you think when you saw those photos on Saria's phone?
Thought oh crap, but in a much more vulgar way.
Okay. What was going through your head?
Oh crap, how am I gonna fix this?
So what'd you do?
I went back into the bedroom, and I was gonna ask my wife about it, and that's when I realized that she was no longer alive.
Were both of your phones in your hand?
I had 2 phones in one hand, and she was like partially covered. I went to uncover her, and essentially the first thing I saw was the gunshot wound to to my wife's head.
Did you do CPR?
I did not, just because I checked for a pulse once I saw the gunshot wound and didn't feel a pulse.
What's going on in your head at that time?
A lot. I just was confused. This is where the fear started to set in. I was hurt, and I basically didn't know what I didn't know what I was going to do.
Use the word fear.
Yes, ma'am.
And hurt.
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you hurt?
I had just discovered the body of my wife who I loved, and that's going to hurt anyone, regardless of, it's just something that hurts.
Were you shocked?
I was confused.
And you said you felt fear.
Yes.
Had you ever felt a fear like that before?
No, never once.
What were you afraid of?
The first thing I was afraid of is having no recollection of the night before and just not knowing what happened. And then after that is when the fear of just letting everyone that I love down.
Who were you afraid of letting down?
Specifically my little brother, MJ.
Why?
So I'm very proud of being adopted, and I'm very proud that I essentially got out of a life that wasn't good, and I took a lot of pride in that, and I wanted the people that I was really proud of being adopted. I was proud of my family, and MJ was probably the most who I was proudest of out of my family was my little brother, and I just didn't want to let him down.
How did you let him down?
I felt like I was his role model, like he wanted to be like me, and I feel like I immediately assumed the worst in this situation, as in what was going to happen next, and I just saw someone that, my little brother, someone that I relied on, he relied on me, just never talking to me again, and just that, the breakage of that such strong connection I had with him.
What would you found your wife deceased and you're afraid. Why are you afraid, Zarrius?
I was afraid. Why?
Yes.
Because of what was going to happen.
What were you afraid was going to happen?
I was afraid I was going to lose my family. I was afraid that I was going to go to jail for something that I had no recollection of. There's so many unknowns, and I immediately assumed the worst and thought that, I just assumed the worst.
And so you were afraid that your brother would disown you because you went to jail?
Yeah.
Were you afraid of what he would think?
What I would think?
What MJ would think?
Yeah.
Were you afraid of what the police would think?
Yes.
Were you afraid of what your mom would think?
Yeah.
Were you afraid of what Meredith would think?
Yeah.
Were you afraid that people would presume the worst?
Yeah.
What do you do in that fear?
I panic.
How long do you stand by the bed?
I don't remember.
Did you leave the bedroom at any point?
Yeah.
Did you go to the living room?
Yes, ma'am. After I left the bedroom, I ended up sitting on the living room couch.
And did you have the phones with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you still panicked?
Yes.
Afraid?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do with the phones?
At that point, I'm not sure which happened first. I deleted the screenshots off both phones, and then I texted her boss from her phone.
Why did you delete the pictures?
They're just shameful and embarrassing, and it just seemed like the appropriate thing to do.
Were you afraid of what people would see if they saw them? Think if they saw them?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to approach with what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 18. Zarrius, do you recall what is marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 18?
Yes, ma'am.
What time, what do you recall about that?
Sending essentially a call-out text.
Did you send the last message in State's Exhibit?
Yes, ma'am. I sent the message timestamped at 10:44.
And what does it say?
It says, hey, this is Saria. I can't make it into work today. I went to Jimmy's last night. I'm pretty sure I got food poisoning from it, so I'm sorry. I would have called Craig, but I do not have his number saved. Sorry.
When you sent that?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you sitting when you sent that?
I was sitting on the couch.
What are you thinking when you sent that?
Shame, dishonesty, guilt.
What are you guilty of when you're sending that?
Guilty of lying to her boss.
Did you have any idea what to do in that moment besides stall?
No, at this point I was just trying, stalling was the only thing I could think to do.
And you said that at 10:44?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been awake at this point?
2 hours.
And how many of those 2 hours, how long had you known that your wife was deceased?
Hour and a half.
And you didn't call the police?
No.
You didn't call medics?
No.
Why didn't you do those things?
Goes back to the initial fear of the fear of what was going to happen.
Were you afraid of being accused?
Yes.
I intend to go a little longer. I don't know if we need a break. This could be the breaking point.
All right, this might be a good breaking point. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Well, I anticipate this is going to go for a while. So let's take a break here, please, not discuss the case yet. Have you back here in about 15 minutes, right? Thank you. I'm going to take 15 minutes, 11? It's 10:42. Let's come back at 11.
Back to the apartment after you bought those items.
Yes.
Do you recall what that drive was like?
No.
Oh, I don't know. You know, we zooming past that
Do you
break.
recall if you went to Brown Jug?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
Okay. And do you remember what time of day that was?
Afternoon, midday.
Was it around 4 p.m., between 4 and 5 p.m.?
Yeah, yes, ma'am, midday.
So tell me what you're thinking at Brown Jug.
I didn't want to be sober.
Why?
Because I knew what was to come.
You knew what was to come, so had you made a plan by that point?
Not directly, but it was starting to come together.
And what was the plan you were thinking about?
I was gonna clean up and get rid of my wife's body.
Had you been to a park before you went to Brown Jug?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find anything at that park?
Not the first one, but I visited 2 parks that day.
And what did you find at the second park?
I found a cistern, a drain pipe.
And were you working on a plan at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you went to Brown Jug because you didn't want to be sober.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't, in this morning and this afternoon, you didn't ask anyone for help.
No, ma'am.
Why?
Didn't want to get anyone involved.
I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 344. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 344?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That'd be Fifth of Four Roses and then about a 2-liter Coke that I bought at Brown Jug.
Did you see that picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you send it to anyone?
Yeah, I sent it to my pops.
Do you remember sending him that message?
I remember the conversation that we had about it, but I don't remember, like, texting him.
Okay. And that message, do you remember when you sent it?
Probably around 5 o'clock on the 6th.
And you weren't asking for help in that message?
No, ma'am.
Did you want to ask for help?
No.
Why not?
I feel like there was no, like I said, I just didn't want anyone else involved.
Did you think anyone could help you, Zarrius?
No. I don't see how anyone could.
Did you drink after you sent that message?
Yeah.
Did you drink before you sent that message?
I don't know.
Okay. By around 6 p.m., Zarrius, do you have an idea what you're going to do?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your plan?
My plan was to hide the body of my wife and then clean up the blood off the mattress and the surrounding area.
So I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 36. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 36?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
It's a receipt from Fred Meyers of items I purchased.
What did you purchase?
Hydrogen peroxide, deodorant, a spray bottle, and then Q-tips.
What did you buy those things for?
The hydrogen peroxide and the sprayer were to help with cleaning up the surrounding areas in the mattress, and then I just needed deodorant and Q-tips.
What is going through what time of day was that purchased, Zarrius?
Evening, the beginning of the evening, 6:12 is what the receipt says.
And what's going through your head when you're going to Fred Meyer to get those items?
A lot of just like a lot of numbness. I just didn't know what to feel. I felt everything, and I just knew that the next day was going to be rough.
Why?
Because I had to hide my wife's body and then clean up the surrounding area in our bedroom, and I knew it wasn't going to be easy. Like, mentally, I knew it was going to be difficult.
Where did you go after you went to Fred Meyer?
I think I went back to my apartment.
And what did you do?
At that point, I started to think about how I was going to move my wife's body.
What's going through your head?
I remember feeling nauseous. I remember feeling guilt, shame. It was so, like I said previously, so many emotions that they were all just, like, numbing me.
Did you feel alone?
Yeah, I felt like I just had no one.
Do you remember if you went anywhere after you came back to the apartment from Fred Meyer?
Yes, ma'am. I went to Lowe's.
Let's approach with State's Exhibit 266. Sorry, do you recognize State's Exhibit 266?
Yes, ma'am.
What is State's Exhibit 266?
It is a receipt for a trash can.
What kind?
A 96-gallon black two-wheel trash can.
What day was that purchase made?
At 8/11 on August 6th.
Did you do that? Did you buy that?
Yes, ma'am. I bought the trash can.
And why did you buy the garbage can?
To help move my wife's body.
Are you feeling numb still at this time?
I don't know if numb's right. Emotional overload is what I would say is a better description.
And did you go home
Yes, ma'am.
after you went to Lowe's?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you start doing?
I started cleaning up my apartment.
Your apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you start cleaning?
Around the bed at first. And then I moved my wife into the trash can, and that's when I started cleaning up the bed.
How did you feel in that moment, Zarrius?
It felt so disrespectful, and just disrespect and just at that point I'm starting to get a little angry at myself. Just say disrespect, anger, and then more shame, more betrayal.
And you didn't ask for help.
I did not.
Why?
I felt like there was nothing on this earth or anyone on this earth that could help me.
I'm going to approach now with State's Exhibit 39. Zarrius, do you recognize State's Exhibit 39?
I do.
What is that?
It's a receipt for a Red Bull and then a mattress pad, a mattress topper.
And what time of day was that purchased?
It says 8/6 of 2023 at 10 o'clock in the evening.
How long have you been up at that point?
14 hours.
How long has your wife been in your apartment at that point with you knowing she's deceased?
13 hours.
Why did you buy those things?
The mattress topper to cover the bed, and then the Red Bull because I still knew I had a very long night, and caffeine was going to help.
Where'd you go after you left Fred Meyer?
Back to my apartment.
How long did you stay there?
I don't remember exactly.
What did you do when you got back?
Just continued to clean up some more, and then that's when I put the mattress topper on, and that's when I put the mattress topper on the bed.
Had you cleaned carpets yet?
Yes, ma'am.
And you cleaned the bed?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anywhere else you cleaned?
No, just the carpet and the bed in the surrounding area.
Do you remember if you left the apartment again?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And why did you leave the apartment again?
To move my wife's body
And where was your wife, Zarrius?
in a trash can.
I want to talk a little about that journey you went on.
Somebody ask if you could speak up just a little bit.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Zarrius, I'm going to approach now with State's Exhibit 17 and 46. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 17?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you, when you left the apartment, do you recall what door you left the apartment complex from?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you mark it?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, thanks.
To the next?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, why did you pick that door?
It was the closest exit, and it's the closest exit. I knew there wasn't any cameras.
So you went out your front door to apartment 13, and you went out the back door.
The side door, yes, ma'am.
Do you recall where you went next?
Yes, ma'am.
On that map, can you draw a path along the way that you walked?
The zoomed in map or the?
The zoomed in.
The dotted line.
Turner, I'm going to move to have that marked with a defense exhibit sticker since we already have a matching State's exhibit.
That makes sense, no? Okay. We're calling that D?
And so can you just show where you walked?
Yeah. I don't know if you guys can see that well, but through here, and then up into the entrance of the park.
And we have State's Exhibit 46. Can you mark your apartment on State's Exhibit 46?
So, the whole thing?
Your side of the building.
Mark it with a Z.
And do you recognize, do you know the path that you would have walked on this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you mark the path that you walked?
Goes in between, through the park line, but.
So you said you've been there before?
Yes, ma'am.
Earlier that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And Judge, I will mark these as Defense Exhibit D and Defense Exhibit E. And
Right, thank you.
move to admit.
Any objections?
D and E.
They're admitted.
Zarrius, what time of day are you taking this walk?
This is dark out.
It's dark.
Beginning to get dark out.
What are you thinking while you're walking this path, going out the back door to avoid the cameras, walking a path into the park, and you have your wife with you? What is going through your head, Zarrius?
The feelings of shame and anger are building up more and more. Feeling of disrespect is building more. And just feeling so awful about myself for what was going on.
Did you feel like you were in a bad dream?
Yeah, yeah.
Did you wish someone could help you?
I still felt like there was no one to help me.
Did you wish you could make it stop?
Yeah, I just wish it was, I don't want to say over, but I think wish I could make it stop is a better way to put it.
Zarrius, I'm going to approach you now with State's Exhibits 49 and 230. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 49 and 230?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
State's Exhibit 49, what is that?
That's the access road that led to the cistern and drainage pipe.
Is that the road you walked on?
No, ma'am.
Okay, it was different.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what is State's Exhibit 230?
State's Exhibit 230 is the cistern.
Do you recognize that place?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember going to that place?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember how many times you've been to that place?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times have you been there?
2 that day.
On August 6th?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what you did there?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do there?
I remember lifting off the cover of the storm drain. And then putting my wife's body down the storm drain.
What are your thoughts when you're doing this, Zarrius?
More disrespect, more self-hatred. I remember I just felt so hollow and empty and just disgusted and just hating what I was doing and hating myself for doing it.
Did you do anything else there, Zarrius?
I put the manhole cover back on and then I just left.
Did you put pillows down?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Sorry. In the trash can, there was soiled bedding, had blood and stuff like that on it. And I put those down the cistern as well.
And when you went there, you had a plan. Do you remember what else was in your plan?
Yes, ma'am. I brought along a gas tank I was going to burn the bedding, but I decided not to. I just decided to put everything down the cistern.
And then what did you do next?
After I put everything down the cistern, I put the manhole cover back on, dropped the trash can off a little further into the woods, and at that point it was pretty early in the morning. I showered after returning to my apartment and went to work the next day. This is the 6th leading into the 7th.
Did you sleep that night?
No. I didn't sleep.
And how did it feel going to work knowing everything that you had done?
I was so overwhelmed that I don't remember anything from work that day. I just remember feeling just so alone and like by myself.
I want to take you back a little bit to earlier in August 6th when you were cleaning the bedroom. Did you clean the mattress?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do when you were done?
Cleaning the mattress?
Yes.
At this point, I started drinking, started getting drunk.
I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 166. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 166?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is State's Exhibit 166?
It's a picture of there's a picture of our mattress.
What direction is it?
It's facing upside down.
Did you turn the mattress over?
I did.
When did you do that?
I did that after I cleaned everything up.
After you went to work on August 7th, what's the next thing you remember?
I remember calling Marie and telling her what had happened.
Did you call Marie or did Marie call you?
I think I used Saria's phone to call Marie, but
Okay. Why would you do that?
I didn't have Marie's information.
And let's talk about some of the decisions and things you did on August 7th. Did you talk to Marie?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell Marie the truth?
I did not.
Why?
Because at this point, I wanted to follow what I was already committed to.
And were you scared at this point?
Fear is something that is a constant during this whole experience. So yes.
Do you recall if you called a missing persons report?
I didn't.
Were you with someone else when they did?
I was.
And did you participate in the phone call?
I did.
Okay. And then do you recall if you spoke to a police officer and provided a missing persons report?
I did.
And you didn't ask for help at that time?
No, ma'am.
You lied.
I did.
Do you remember if you ever called Saria's mom?
Yes, ma'am. After we made the missing persons report is when I decided to call Saria's mom.
How did that phone call feel?
Once again, it felt disrespectful.
Why?
Because I knew that her mom was going to fly halfway across the country to help with a missing persons case that I knew wasn't missing.
But you made a call anyway,
I did.
and you didn't tell the truth in that call.
I did not.
Did you call hospitals?
Eventually.
Did you call jails?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you call anywhere else?
No, ma'am.
And how did it feel making those phone calls, Zarrius?
Just the same feelings, that more dishonesty, more disrespect, more shame.
Felt shame?
Yeah.
Did you participate in a search party?
I did.
How did that feel?
It felt incredibly dishonest and disrespectful. Essentially, my family away from my family, and then everyone else involved in my battery showed up, and it just felt just incredibly dishonest. Like, people I consider family were there helping the search party. Someone that a lot of people that normally aren't emotional were showing me support. They were just showing me a lot of love for what was going on.
Did you feel like you were betraying people?
Yeah, I felt like I was betraying my gun section, my sergeants, just everyone.
But you participated in it.
I did.
Do you remember when you spoke with Detective Clark and let him in your apartment?
Vaguely.
Did you tell Detective Clark the truth when you were speaking with him at your apartment?
I did not.
Why not?
For one, I felt like I still had to stick to what I was committed to, and then two, he's a detective, so I just feel like telling him the truth.
Did you feel that if you told Detective Clark the
I
truth?
object to leading.
Sustained.
Were you afraid of being a suspect?
Yes.
Is that why you were honest with Detective Clark?
It is.
And you talked to multiple police.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were speaking with them, were you afraid that you'd be viewed as a suspect?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that why you were not truthful with them?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall going on your social media during this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you post anything about Saria?
Yes, ma'am. I made a Facebook post of a flyer that either her family made or that I made. I don't remember which one, but I remember essentially just posting it on my Facebook and telling everyone to repost it and share it.
How did that feel?
Misleading, disrespectful. I felt like I was essentially leading the whole world on to something that wasn't the truth.
I want to talk about State's Exhibit 132 and 133. If I may approach?
Yes.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 132 and 133?
Yes, ma'am.
What are they?
It's a suicide note.
The suicide note.
Yeah,
Did you write that?
I did.
Do you recall when you wrote that?
I want to say it was on the 8th, but I don't remember.
What thoughts were going through your head when you wrote that?
I felt alone. I felt like I just felt really alone, and I just had nowhere else to go. I felt backed into a corner.
Did you Is every fact in that note true, Zarrius?
I'm not sure there's any facts in this note.
Did you talk about Saria in that letter?
I did.
Is there a reason why where she is not included in that note?
Yeah. Part of me was in denial. I thought that even if I knew where she was, but I just thought that maybe I would just felt a lot in denial.
Do you remember where you were when you wrote that note?
Yeah, I was sitting on my couch.
I'm going to say, post what's been in this State's Exhibit 136. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 136?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the couch you were sitting on when you wrote that note?
Yes, ma'am.
What's in the couch?
The gun?
Was that done next to you when you wrote that suicide note?
Yes, ma'am.
But you didn't go through with that. Why not?
And I didn't want to kill myself in my apartment.
Okay. Did you have a plan about what you would do with your dog?
Yeah.
What was your plan?
I'll drop him off at a vet clinic.
Do you recall everything that you did between the time that you woke up and found your wife deceased in your bed and the time she was found where you left her?
I do not.
I want to talk to you about some of the things we've heard in this trial about what you were doing on your phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you at any point in this time looking at pornography on your phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you doing that?
I was attempting to find comfort in things that previously provided it for me.
And is pornography something that you had found comfort in the past?
Yes, ma'am.
Is alcohol something you had found comfort in the past?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you drinking in this time period?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you drinking?
I just did not want to be sober.
Was the drinking in this time period to you the same as the drinking that you did on your 21st birthday?
No.
How is it different?
The drinking I did to celebrate my 21st birthday was celebratory, and this drinking was more to drown.
Zarrius, where was Saria's wedding ring on when you found her in the morning?
It was not.
Where was it?
She took all of her rings off before she went to bed. They would have been in our bathroom, the main bathroom with the toilet and the sink and the bathtub in it.
Did you move it, or
Yes.
why'd you do that?
I didn't feel like I deserved it. Didn't feel like I deserved to have the ring in my possession.
So why'd you take it?
Initially, I was gonna give it to her mom, but I didn't have a chance. I just put both rings in my pocket, and that's where they're at.
Sorry, that's all the questions I have for you now. I believe the state will have some questions for you as well.
Councilor Newford. All right, we're going to have some considerable costs, and so we're going to take a break now before we start in with that. Please don't discuss the case. We'll have you back here. Thank you.
Yes, by all means, go to break. Prep him, because he about to get it. I want her to put her foot all the way on him. Sitting up here, he ain't saying nothing. He ain't got no sadness. He talking and keep talking about all this stuff about him being lonely. What the fudge? The fudge? I mean, really? Don't nobody care about you being lonely when you done put somebody all the way in the sewer? Then unalive this young lady, allegedly. And remember, he's innocent until proven guilty. But I mean, come on, dude. Like, and no chill, not a cry, not a tear. All he keep talking about is how lonely he was. That's all I got out of his testimony is how lonely Zarrius or Zacharias or whatever his name is, Zarrius, whatever you want to call him today. That's all I done got out of his testimony is he was so lonely, but he went to work, but he want to sleep on the bloody mattress, just putting a cover over it. Interesting. Sir, if things went down the way you say it went down, sir, you should have been calling the authorities immediately, trying to save your wife. But nope. You couldn't do that. That was just too much. Yeah. So with that being said, I'm glad that the defense is about to get right with him, the state about to get right with him for his cross-examination, and hopefully he was prepped correctly. Let's see.
I can please be seated. Counsel?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Hildabrand. I want to start by talking about Saria. You referred to her as your wife regularly. Do you mind if I call her by her name?
Yeah.
Okay. Saria enjoyed being in the Guard?
I'd say she was indifferent to it.
Okay. She liked her job at Bread and Brew?
Indifferent to it. She liked some days, didn't like some days.
Okay. She had close friends?
Yeah.
Okay. Marie was one of them?
Yes, ma'am.
She had friends that were close at work?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Her and Marie went out together regularly?
Yes, ma'am.
They went to the gym together?
Yes, ma'am.
They talked every day?
Yes, ma'am.
They went paddleboarding, kayaking, had bonfires?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Saria was planning for her future?
Starting to.
Yeah. She'd enrolled in school?
Yes, ma'am.
She wanted to be a combat medic?
I don't think she wanted to be a combat medic, but it was a stepping stone towards what she wanted to do.
Which was what?
An anesthesiologist.
Okay. Big dreams?
Essentially.
Okay. She was generally a happy person?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. She was close with her mom?
Yes, ma'am.
Talked to her daily or every other day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Her family had a trip that was planned to come up and visit in just a couple of weeks?
Yes, ma'am.
She was excited about that?
She was.
She was planning for things to do with them?
Yes.
Okay. And on the night of your birthday and her death, your relationship was okay?
It's good.
Good. She got decorations for your birthday party?
Mm-hmm.
She made you a cake out of beer?
Yeah.
Okay. You were angry with her about that?
No, I wasn't angry. I was upset.
Okay. So she did something nice for you and you were upset about it?
I think you're taking that out of context. I think I already told her that I didn't want a big deal, and she made it a bigger deal than I wanted it to be.
Okay. So you were upset that she got you some decorations?
Yes.
Okay. But you all worked through that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you went out and you were happy
Yes,
that
ma'am.
night? Okay. To put the relationship in context, you were newlyweds?
We were married for 8 months, so
Okay. Less than a year?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you didn't live together before you were married?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you met at basic training?
Yes, ma'am.
And you lived separately after basic training?
Yes, ma'am.
Long distance relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
And the first time you lived together was when she moved up in February?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were already engaged in this online relationship with Charlotte by February?
I don't know.
Well, you talked about it starting when you went to the field in February or March?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's
Okay.
Charlotte?
Or I'm sorry, Cheyenne. Cheyenne, you were already engaged in this relationship when you went to the field in February?
Yes, ma'am.
After your brand new bride had just moved with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you continued that through March and April,
Yes, ma'am.
and Saria found out about it,
She did.
and she forgave you?
Yes.
You gave each other your passwords to your phone?
Already had those. She already had those before this, but yeah,
Okay. But you didn't stop talking to Cheyenne?
I did not.
Okay. But she didn't bring it up again until the evening of your birthday?
I don't know.
Did she bring it up prior to the evening of your birthday?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So as far as you're concerned, everything in your relationship with Saria was good?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to talk about the guns in question. The Sig Sauer belonged to you?
Yes.
Okay. And had you gotten that gun recently?
Had it 3 or 4 months previously.
Okay. You were searching the features of that gun before you went out that day, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you spent some time online about 3:50 in the afternoon looking at that gun?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you were looking at other guns that day too?
I was.
Springfield XDs?
Yes, ma'am.
You were looking at different armories?
I was.
Okay. And then the Glock was a gun you were holding for who?
Just someone I was in the Army with.
You don't know their name?
Not anymore.
Okay. Neither of those guns belong to Saria?
No.
Okay. You both went through basic training,
Yes, ma'am.
so you have some familiarity with guns.
With rifles.
Primarily in basic, you deal with rifles, right?
Yes,
But you said Saria had shot the Sig Sauer?
Shot a similar Sig Sauer in the National Guard.
Okay. So she had familiarity with handguns?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, as did you.
Yes.
Okay. And did you have specialized training with handguns?
I did not.
Did she?
I don't know what you consider specialized training, but I never qualified with a handgun, and she did.
Okay. She did?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to talk to you a little bit about some of your testimony. You were asked probably no fewer than 15 times the emotions you were feeling after you found your wife dead and dumped her body. You described deception, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You described guilt.
Yes, ma'am.
You described disgust.
Yes, ma'am.
You described shame.
Yes, ma'am.
You described anger at yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
You described betrayal.
Yes, ma'am.
You described fear,
Yes, ma'am.
substantial fear.
Yes, ma'am.
You described stress.
Yes, ma'am.
You described exhaustion.
Yes, ma'am.
In all of the times you were asked, you never once said grief, did you?
I did not, but I did say loss.
Okay. You never said sadness, did you?
I said emptiness.
Okay. You testified that you went through this elaborate lie of your wife being missing and telling everybody that she was missing because otherwise people would assume the worst.
Yes, ma'am.
What's the worst?
The situation I'm in now,
What is the worst?
going to jail.
They would assume that you murdered your wife.
Yes.
Okay. And you have testified that after you were at Willowa, essentially, you have no memory of the evening.
Yes.
Okay. That gun's a loud gun to shoot?
Say again?
That gun is a loud gun to shoot?
I mean, relatively to a normal person, yes.
Okay. What do you mean to a normal person?
To someone who didn't shoot artillery,
Okay.
say the sound of a 9mm is loud, but
And you went to bed next to your wife?
I can't tell you for sure because I don't remember.
Okay. And you have no idea what happened until the next morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Despite the neighbor more than, 80 feet away hearing that weapon?
The objection argument is
Overruled.
Okay. How do you know, sir, that she didn't confront you with those Instagram and Snapchat messages, and you didn't put the gun to her head and tell her you were going to kill her? How do you know that you didn't pull the trigger?
I don't.
Okay. You don't know.
No, ma'am.
You want the jury to believe that she did this to herself?
objection.
Overruled. It's not up to me what the jury believes.
Okay. Despite the fact that she was otherwise happy in your marriage, yes?
Yes.
And planning for her future
Yes.
and your future,
Yeah.
and tried to have a good evening with you on your birthday,
Mm-hmm.
and had forgiven you for text message infidelity in the past, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't know that you didn't kill her.
Can you restate that question?
You don't know that you didn't kill her.
I'm not sure I answered that. There's a lot of do's and don'ts. It's just a complicated.
Do you know if you pulled the trigger, sir?
I do not.
Okay. That night, Saria wasn't drunk?
I don't remember much from that night.
Okay. Would you agree that up until the part you can remember, she was the least drunk of your group?
Her or someone else that was with us, yeah.
Who's someone else? Let's be specific.
One of my friends, Zach.
Okay. So her or Zach were the most sober?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was Saria taking care of you?
From what I've been told, yeah.
Okay. Do you recall her helping you to the gas light?
I do not.
Do you recall her helping you into the Uber
I do not.
and into the house?
I do not.
Okay. You kept that gun loaded
Yes, ma'am.
with a bullet in the chamber?
I did.
Okay. What do you have to do to fire it?
Take the safety off and pull the trigger.
How do you take the safety off?
The thumb switch.
And pull the trigger?
Yes, ma'am.
Once. So I want to get to, because you don't remember anything about her death, I want to get to the morning when you wake up.
Okay.
You were soaked in blood?
I was not.
Okay. You've seen the photographs of the mattress?
I have.
And you were laying in bed with her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You didn't call 911?
Correct.
You didn't take life-saving measures?
No, I did not.
Okay. You didn't run outside and ask for help?
No.
You didn't call her mom?
I did not.
You didn't call her best friend?
No.
You didn't call her command?
No.
You started planning how to protect yourself?
I wouldn't phrase it that way, but
Okay. You started planning how to dispose of her body.
I started planning on what I was going to do next.
Okay. And the first thing you did is you went to the Alaska Bush Company homepage, right?
I don't remember doing that,
Okay.
but
Were you looking for a potential other alibi or excuse, some other thing you could blame her death on?
I can't tell you what was going through my mind because I don't really remember looking that up.
You mapped to the Castle Mega Store
Mm-hmm.
before you texted her into work?
Yes, ma'am.
Why'd you do that?
Can't really tell you because I don't remember.
Okay. Again, were you planning some other potential excuse for what had happened for her?
At that point, I hadn't had a plan together.
Okay. But you started getting the plan together when you texted her work.
Yes, ma'am.
And you texted Nadia Jones, her immediate manager,
Yes, ma'am.
and you told her that she had food poisoning. You texted her as Saria,
Yes, ma'am.
and you told her that she had food poisoning
I did.
and that she wouldn't be into work today.
Yes, ma'am.
And she told you to call Craig or message Craig?
Believe so.
Okay. And you didn't know that Saria had Craig's number saved in her phone under a different name?
Did not.
Okay, so you didn't call or text Craig? Right? Okay. What was the first thing you did to clean up her body?
Clean the surrounding areas.
Does that mean the floor?
Clean the surrounding areas in the bedroom, the floor.
When did you discover the gun?
That would have been after I saw that my wife was dead with a gunshot wound.
You didn't say on direct examination, where was it? Do you remember?
I do not.
Okay, so you can't even tell the jury that it was near her?
Cannot.
Was it in the bathroom?
I don't know.
Was it on the floor?
I don't know.
Was it on the dining room table?
I don't know.
You remember finding her deceased, but don't remember where you found the gun?
Yes.
Okay. Did you clean the gun?
I don't know.
Well, would you have done it right away that morning?
You just said I don't know, so
So the first thing you did was clean the surrounding areas. That means the floor?
that wasn't the first thing I did, but when I started cleaning up around the surrounding areas was the first place I cleaned.
You moved her body at least twice on the bed, right?
Twice, yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you did the floors first. What did you use to do the floors?
A carpet cleaner.
Okay. And was this before or after you went to Fred Meyer's?
During, because I took multiple trips.
Okay. After the first time?
In between the second and third time, I believe.
Okay, so after you'd been to Brown Jug?
Yes.
Okay. So after you've been to Brown Jug, you don't start cleaning until then?
Yes.
Okay. But you deleted the photos on her phone before you went to Fred Meyer's at all?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You deleted the photos on her phone at 11:30?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why did you delete those?
They're embarrassing
Is it because they show motive?
because they're embarrassing.
Okay. Could they also be a reason that somebody would suspect you of her murder?
I don't know.
That's not what you were thinking?
I was thinking these are embarrassing pictures. I wasn't thinking that.
And that's the thought you had before you even started cleaning up the body?
That's the thought I had after. It's the thought I had after I found her body.
You thought these photos are embarrassing. And they're also something somebody could look at and would say was a motive to kill her. Right?
I don't.
I'm sorry. Overlook.
I don't see it as a motive.
Well, you testified that, you had to get rid of the body and you couldn't tell anybody because people would assume the worst. And the worst is what you said that you might be in trouble for this.
Yes.
Okay. So you delete the photos of 11:30. You go to Fred Meyer's at 12:26, right?
Right.
You go to Brown Jug.
Correct.
You text your dad. And we didn't talk, Ms. Brewster talked about, the photo of the alcohol. But you told your dad that maybe you had a little too much fun.
Yeah.
We asked a lot about what's going through your mind. What's going through your mind when you tell your dad that maybe you had a little too much fun last night?
I just drank way too much.
Okay. Your parents have always been loving and supportive?
Yeah.
You're proud of being adopted?
Yes.
Proud of how they raised you?
Yes.
You were connected to them?
Yes.
Your mother has supported you throughout this?
She has.
Okay. You didn't ask your dad for help?
Of course not.
You told him you had a little too much fun last night?
Yes.
So then, after Brown Jug, it sounds like that's when you started cleaning up the surrounding area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you did the carpet. What else did you clean then?
The carpet. And then after I retrieved the trash can, I moved my wife's body into the trash can and started cleaning the bed.
Okay, I'm not to the trash can quite yet. I want to know, after Brown Jug, did you pour yourself a drink immediately?
I don't remember.
Did you drink? You said you wanted to numb things. Did you drink while you were cleaning up?
Yes.
Okay, because we saw the picture with your dad. You sent your dad already had ice in the cup, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I presume you start drinking then?
Can't say.
Okay. So if you pour yourself a drink, where is Saria's body while you're having a sip of that Four Roses?
Either in the bedroom or in the trash can.
Okay. Is it fair to believe that you began drinking when you texted your dad that picture with the ice in the cup?
I don't know.
Or was that just for show?
Just for show, I believe, but
Okay.
I don't know.
Just making, like, the lie more elaborate,
I wouldn't consider it that.
more believable?
No.
No. It's fair to assume if you put the ice in the cup, you mean to pour a drink and drink. And you hadn't bought the trash can yet, right?
Correct.
So where is Saria's body when you're sitting and sipping on your Four Roses?
If I would have sat down and drank, it would have been in the bedroom still, but I don't remember sitting down and drinking the Four Roses.
Okay. Well, you testified on direct that you drank to numb.
Yes.
When did you drink?
Throughout this whole process.
Okay. So while her body's still on the bed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you clean the floors, then describe for the jury, with as much detail as you can, how you moved her body.
I remember I twisted her body around, and then started to manage to get her into the trash can feet first.
How do you get her in feet first? Did you wheel the trash can all the way into the bedroom, or did you carry her out?
It was wheeled into the bedroom.
Okay. How do you get her in feet first? Where do you grab her?
I dragged her into the trash can.
Well, the trash can's this high, right?
Yeah.
And the bed's
Yeah.
2 or 3 feet lower. So you pull her by the legs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And put her into the trash can.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have to lift the weight of her body?
Not directly. It was dragging.
Be specific. Do you lay the trash can
Was at
down?
the end of the bed,
Okay.
and I dragged her from, once I flipped her around, I dragged her into the trash can.
Okay. Did you partially lay the trash can down to do that?
Yes.
Okay. And then you threw the bloody sheets and pillows on top of her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you go to buy a mattress topper.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you put her body in the trash can immediately after you bought the trash can, or do you buy the mattress topper first?
I wouldn't say it was immediately after I bought the trash can, but in between the purchase of the trash can and the purchase of the mattress topper.
Okay, so then do you leave her in the trash can in the bedroom while you go to buy the mattress topper?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So at 10 o'clock, you go and you buy the mattress topper. You've got no second thoughts about telling anybody at this point.
Second thoughts, but I couldn't react to them.
Okay. And you purchase the mattress topper. Do you go immediately home after purchasing the mattress topper?
I believe so.
Okay, so it's 10 p.m. And the jury can see the steps that you took that night. Fair to say you are up moving from 11 p.m. all the way till 5 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you put the new sheets, do you flip the mattress first, or do you take her body to the storm drain first?
Flip the mattress first.
Okay. So you flip the mattress, and then you take her body to the storm drain. A storm drain that you picked out earlier in the day,
Yes, ma'am.
that you physically went to and saw.
Yes, ma'am.
You knew it would be a good place to dump her.
Wouldn't say good, but yes, ma'am.
What time did you pick that place out?
It would have been when I visited Bancroft Park.
About between 1 and 2 in the afternoon?
I don't remember the time exactly, but
After your first trip to Fred Meyer's?
yes, ma'am.
Before you went to Brown Jug?
Yes, ma'am.
You looked at Waldron Park, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You looked at Bancroft Park?
Yes, ma'am.
You also went to a barber shop, or mapped to a barber shop?
Yes, ma'am.
Why'd you do that?
My mind was frantic and everywhere, and I just came back from the field and needed a haircut.
Okay. So kind of like you were thinking about like Q-tips, you were just thinking about your personal hygiene in the middle of taking care of this
Yes, ma'am.
problem? Okay.
Did you get a haircut that day?
I did not.
Okay, but you went to the barber shop?
Did I go to the barber shop?
Yeah.
When?
When you were looking at the storm, or around the time you looked at the storm drain?
I don't think I did.
Okay, you just did a map search there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you described how you wheeled her out.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a ramp leading outside of your apartment, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was that difficult?
It wasn't easy.
Okay. Well, on the access road, it's gravel, right?
Right.
How long did it take you?
A long time.
Okay. What time in the night was it? You said it was getting dark?
It was dark at the time, and took pretty much all night.
Okay. And when you got her to the storm drain, you said you put her in there, but you dumped her in there, right?
I think those are similar verbiage.
Okay. Well, it's 15 feet down.
Right.
You didn't place her gently.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you have to pick her up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you picked her up out of the trash can and put her in the storm drain?
No, ma'am.
How did you do it?
From what I remember, I wheeled the trash can as close to the storm drain as I possibly could, and lifted from the bottom of the trash can to lever her into the storm drain.
Okay. And she fell down there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, 15 feet at least?
However far it was.
Okay. And was anything left in the trash can?
I took in the bed sheets out and the pillows out before I dumped my wife into the storm drain.
Okay.
So.
And when you dumped Saria in the storm drain, you put the pillows and the bed sheets on top of her?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that to hide her or just to get rid of the bedding or both?
Initially, I was going to burn the bedding, which is where the smell from gasoline came from.
Yep.
But I decided to just put everything down the storm drain.
Okay. And you decided not to burn it because fire means smoke, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And smoke attracts attention.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're conscious enough to be thinking about those kind of things. And you dump them down into the storm drain. There was a pair of gloves.
Yes,
did you wear those?
I did.
Okay. Those were your gloves?
One of the pairs I had.
Yeah. When did you make the conscious decision to put those on?
I wore them throughout the whole process.
Okay. And you said you picked the exit that you did because there was no cameras?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You also talked about being like in a state of emotional numbness during that time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you weren't numb enough to not notice the placement of cameras?
I lived in the apartment complex long enough to know where cameras were.
Okay. And you actively chose a place that didn't have cameras?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That was conscious thought that's going through your head when you did this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you wore the gloves?
Yes, ma'am.
To conceal your identity?
No.
Because you didn't want to touch it because it was disgusting?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get a better grip with gloves?
Not necessarily.
And then after you dumped Saria down the storm drain, you did some online shopping, right?
I don't remember, but that's what my phone records say.
Okay. You looked at Patagonia.
Yes, ma'am.
You looked at some other outdoor gear brands.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said you showered.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you went to work the next day.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember having kind of a lively group chat discussion about whether there would be PT that morning?
I do not.
Okay. Did you have PT that morning?
I don't remember.
Okay. But you went to work.
Yes, ma'am.
And you acted like everything was normal.
I did.
Okay. And there was some discussion about whether you called Marie or whether she called you. But she'd been trying to get a hold of Saria all day, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had Saria's phone.
I did.
And you lied to Marie.
Yes, ma'am.
You gave her a thumbs up that everything was good.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you told Marie a very calculated lie.
Yes, ma'am.
You told Marie that Saria left for work.
Yes, ma'am.
She left for work at 10 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
She was wearing all black.
Yes, ma'am.
She took her purse with her.
Yes, ma'am.
She left her phone.
Yes, ma'am.
And you hadn't seen her since.
Yes, ma'am.
And Marie was upset, right?
Yes, ma'am.
She was upset that you hadn't told her
Told her.
that Saria was missing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And she encouraged you to call the police.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you called the police, Marie called the police first, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the 911 dispatcher said, why are you calling? Why isn't her husband talking to me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you told them the same calculated lie.
I did.
Okay. That she left for work at 10 a.m., right?
Yes, ma'am.
She was wearing all black.
Yes, ma'am.
That she left her phone.
Yes, ma'am.
She had her purse and her wallet with her.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said you did that because you wanted to follow what you had already committed to.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that you were having constant fear at this point.
Yes, ma'am.
Fear that you're going to get caught.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you participated in a search party for her? Well, first you called Meredith.
Yes, ma'am.
You told Meredith the same calculated lie.
I did.
You coordinated her making a flyer.
Yes, ma'am.
You posted that on your social media.
Yes, ma'am.
You participated in a search party.
Yes, ma'am.
You got your command involved.
Yes, ma'am.
You're getting indignant with people on social media when they accuse you of being disingenuous.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said during that time you felt dishonest and disrespectful.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That search party went right past the drain, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you with Meredith and Brittany when they went by the drain?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall diverting them from that area?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall lying to Detective Clark about trying to put Saria on the other side of the park, essentially?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Again, because you had to stick to that commitment that you'd made to this lie?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Big on commitments, right?
Sure.
Okay. You were afraid of being a suspect.
Yes, ma'am.
And you lied to protect yourself. And then you talked about writing that suicide note.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're calling it a suicide note now?
I am, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you told other people that it's not?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, you told your mom that it wasn't.
I did.
Okay. And that call was recorded?
It was.
And you know that your jail calls are recorded?
I do.
Okay, I'm going to move at this point to play your discussion with your mom about that note. We're going to play from 328.
Are we marking this?
What is the state? No, we'll just play it into the record as long as we put it near the audio. It's fine. While she's setting that up, what day did you write that note?
Somewhere between the 7th and the 9th.
Okay. When you'd been asked to move on to the barracks or onto base, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you knew that Detective Clark didn't believe you because of the cell phone?
Didn't believe me for what?
Didn't believe you that Saria had gone missing? Or did you think he believed you?
I don't know. I can't tell you what I thought he thought.
Okay. But you knew the police were investigating?
I did.
And you knew they were asking you hard questions?
I did.
And those hard questions are things like, how did she text into work if you had her phone?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, you even Googled on the 8th how to make a shortcut text from an iPhone, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So that you could, again, perpetuate that lie with Detective Lee and Detective Elby?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So sometime between the 7th and 8th, you wrote that note?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were holding the Sig Sauer while you did it?
It was on my thigh.
Okay. And then you tucked it into the couch cushions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Go ahead and...
Just went through my apartment. They found a note that said, like, if I did the best, and I just said if I end up here, so make sure someone takes care of the dogs. And when I said here, I meant jail, not dead.
Oh, so it looked like a suicide note?
Yeah, I told all the clinicians that, and they asked me every day, or for a while, they asked me every day if I, wanted to harm myself or anything. I told them no, but I didn't.
Good.
But I'm moving through here pretty fast.
That's good. So you told the clinicians in custody that it wasn't a suicide note,
Yes, ma'am.
right? Because suicide protocols in jail are tough.
They suck.
Yeah, they keep you separate.
Yeah.
So out of self-interest, you said it's not a suicide note.
Yes, ma'am.
But here you're telling the jury that it was a suicide note.
I wanted to protect the feelings of my mother. I don't think any mother wants to hear that her son's suicidal.
Okay. Well, you also want to manipulate the emotions of the jury, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you want the jury to feel sorry for you?
Objection.
Overruled.
I want the jury to use... No, I don't want the jury to feel sorry for me.
Okay.
It's not their job.
Have you ever told your mom you were going to work your magic on the jury?
Briefly, yes.
Yeah, what did you mean by that?
It's just that I was going to testify.
Okay. That you were going to testify and they would feel sorry for you?
I didn't say that.
What did you say?
Based off the conversation, I work my magic.
Yeah.
Which implied that I was just going to testify.
Okay. I'd move to go ahead and play. And that conversation with your mom was January 15th? Do you recall?
I don't remember the conversation, but I've seen the text.
Okay, I'd move to play that conversation, Judge, starting at 4:04.
Go ahead.
Does Lars think you have a good chance if you go to trial?
Nope, not really.
Oh.
So,
Oh, okay.
yeah, 20% chance. And that's if I can get on the fucking stand and tell a testimony, that's if I can get on the stand and, I don't want to say work my magic, but.
I know what you mean.
You know what I mean?
Make the jury, yeah.
You know?
Feel for you, I know.
My eyes to do what I've been doing my whole life, essentially, but I don't know if I can do that with this, so.
Yeah, I know.
That's the biggest problem.
Sure.
But how's the video?
So when you said do what I've been doing my whole life,
Talking.
yeah, talking,
Yes.
talking about your experience in foster care.
That's something I talk about a lot.
Okay, well, you said you're really proud of it.
Just because I'm proud of it doesn't mean I talk
Okay,
about
it
it.
has nothing to do with Saria's murder, right?
What has nothing to do with the murder?
Your experience in foster care, or your experience being adopted.
Objection.
Overruled.
No.
That experience, when you talk about talking to the jury and working your magic, you don't know as you sit here today what happened, or you want them to believe that you don't know what happened.
As of then, I didn't even know if I was testifying or going to trial or not.
But if you were gonna work your magic.
I was going to tell the jury. I was gonna testify.
I just want to clear up just a handful of things. You don't remember where you found the gun?
No, ma'am.
You don't recall if you cleaned it or not?
Yes, ma'am.
Or did you clean it?
I don't recall if I cleaned it or not.
Okay. You have no memory after you were at Willowa?
No, ma'am, none.
Saria was not suicidal.
She was not.
She was preparing for her future.
Yes, ma'am.
She was happy in general.
Yes, ma'am.
Your relationship was good.
It was.
She had overcome you texting Cheyenne in the past.
Yes, ma'am.
And you lied to every single person about this up and until this trial.
Yes, ma'am.
And you told your mom that you were going to testify and work your magic.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Raise your right.
Zarrius, have you ever testified before?
I have not, no.
And when you said work your magic to your mom, what did you mean by that?
She means I was going to testify.
And what does it mean to you to testify?
To tell the truth on what happened.
Are you testifying today for the jury?
No, ma'am.
Who are you testifying for?
Testifying for myself.
And tell me about that.
Regardless of the outcome of the trial, I needed to tell the truth. I needed to get the weight off of 3 years of a lie out.
You talked with Ms. Dunlop about Saria being qualified with a handgun.
Yes, ma'am.
What does being qualified mean?
When you go through a range in the Army or in the National Guard, you have to shoot above a certain amount of number to be considered qualified, and there's different levels of qualifications.
Okay. And you were not qualified.
No, ma'am, I was not.
Do you know what level of qualifications Saria had?
Usually they push for the second level of qualification. I don't know what it was. I know there's expert marksman, and I forget what the other one is, but usually when you qualify, they want you to be somewhere in the middle.
And is that your ability to, is it like a target to distance type?
I don't know what the pistol qualification looks like, but for the rifle qualification, you go through different stances, reloads, and different distances.
Okay. You talked a little bit about the 6 hour that was in your apartment. Did you buy that gun? Did Saria ever use it?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you normally keep it?
Right next to the bed,
Was it next to it, under it, above it?
slightly under.
Did you, as a matter of habit, keep the safety on?
If I was in the house, the safety was off, but if we were out hiking, the safety would have been on.
Why did you keep the safety off in the house?
Just because I've heard stories of people getting their doors kicked in or getting robbed, and they go to shoot the person that's robbing them, and they forget to take their safety off in the fear, and it goes the wrong way.
You talked about not being soaked in the morning. I want to talk with Ms. Dunlop. I want to follow up on that. When you woke up, what were you wearing?
Just a pair of boxers.
Where were your pants?
They were in the little entry hallway that goes from our bedroom to the bathroom.
Was there anything on your pants?
Yes, ma'am.
What was on your pants?
Urine.
And was there anything on your boxers?
They were dark colored, but they felt wet.
And do you recall if you ever had any blood on you?
Not directly on me, no.
When you were cleaning, did you get blood on you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You talked about with Ms. Dunlop not asking for help.
Yes, ma'am.
Why didn't you ask for help?
I felt like there was no one that could help me.
Not even your parents?
No, ma'am.
And you were close to your parents?
Yeah.
Zarrius, have you ever not asked your parents for help before?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Just with like normal stuff, you know, like I don't want my mom knowing I'm in financial trouble or knowing that I'm getting speeding tickets, getting pulled over, stuff like that.
Zarrius, have you ever been in a car accident?
Yes,
Can I
ma'am.
object to be on the scope?
Spain.
Can we approach?
Yes.
Zarrius, I want to talk to you about when you cleaned the bed.
Yes, ma'am.
You spoke with Ms. Dunlop about that. So you've seen the pictures in this case of the bed.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall if there was anything different before or after?
There wasn't the wooden slat imprints on there.
Did the bloodstains look the same after you tried to clean them up as they did when you first saw them?
No.
Tell us about that.
They smeared, and actually in the process got bigger.
We heard you tell your mom the note that you wrote was not a suicide note.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that true, what you told your mom?
Is not.
Why would you lie to your mom?
Protect your feelings.
One second. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Counsel, you approach, please? Yeah, just leave that there. Thank you. Actually, no, go ahead. Ms. Brewster, any additional witnesses?
No, Your Honor, defense rest. Thank you.
All right, thank you. It's too late in the day to do anything further today. So tomorrow morning, what will happen is we'll have, when you come in, on each of your seats, there'll be a packet of the jury instructions, some of which I will read to you for the first time, some of them you've already had, but you'll have those to reference throughout your deliberations. After I read the majority of jury instructions to you, then the parties will give their closing statements. After that, I have a couple of more instructions, just instructing you on how the deliberation process should proceed, and then you'll start your deliberations. As a reminder, once you start deliberations, we don't stop at 1:30. You deliberate as long as you want to, typically stopping at 4:30, but if you want to deliberate past that, you'll get instructions on how to do that. And then you'll come in day to day from 8:30 forward until you reach a verdict. Tomorrow, we will provide lunch for you folks. So please don't discuss the case. Please don't do any research. Do not look at any of the media attention, and we'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 8:30. Thank you.
So basically, the defense rested their case after his, I don't know what you want to call that, testimony. I don't know what that is. Oh, gosh, I don't know what he did, but I'm glad that he went ahead and sealed the deal for himself. Yeah, so he sealed the deal for himself, and that's just that. I don't know what to say. So we going to closing arguments tomorrow, jury instructions. It looks like they can deliberate as long as they want to. This deliberation is not going to take long. He is going to jail. I think he just wanted to get it off his chest and say it to everybody, all the things that he could say besides he didn't do it. But he wanted to give you every detail that was needed. Yeah, we'll get a verdict tomorrow. So I'll keep an eye on the closing statements. I know we are going into our NFL trial that we are covering that is very spicy, and I'm pretty sure the best friend is going to be on the stand. So we're going to have to really kind of play this by ear because I know we do want to watch the verdict. You say this wasn't a long trial. Amy, this day 8. Where you been? We 8 days in. Hey, listen to this, y'all. Wait a minute. Listen, I'm trying to learn how to make more tunes for us because we're going to have us a whole playlist. But listen to this, y'all.
Go to jail, go to jail, go to jail. Go to jail, go to jail, go to jail. Go to jail, go to jail. Don't collect the 200, take your ass straight to jail. Gavel, case closed, not the truth is set. Take the trial in the building, straight to jail. Pulled up and get a fact on. No filter, no fluff, we just call what's next. If the lies don't match and the stories derail, pack it on up, baby, straight to jail. Judge on the bench, whole chat going wild. Sweet Pete on the mic like, hold up, that's foul. You be the judge, but the evidence loud. When the verdict come back, we don't do no soft crowd. Go to jail, go to jail. Go to jail. Don't collect the 200s, take your ass straight to jail. No pass, go, no spin, no magical fairy tale. Take it to trial, said what? Take your ass straight to jail. Go to jail, go 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 to jail, go to jail, go to jail. Don't collect the 200s, take your ass straight to jail. Gavel hit, case closed, now the truth and set sail. Take it to trial in the building, baby, straight to jail. Pulled up in court, yeah, the facts on deck. No filter, no fluff, we just call what's next. If the lies don't match and the stories derail, pack it on up, baby, straight to jail. Judge on the bench, whole chat going wild. Sweet Pete on the mic like, hold up, that's foul. You be the judge, but the evidence loud. When the verdict come back, we don't do no soft crowd. Go to jail, go to jail. Go to jail. Don't collect the 200s, take your ass straight to jail. No pass, go, no spin, no magical fairy tale. Take it to trial, said what? Take your ass straight to jail.
Y'all know I be back here trying to drop them bars. Oh my goodness. Yeah, take your ass straight to jail. I was thinking about that whole time when he was on the stand, like, oh my gosh, if he don't, come on. This is not, you don't have to collect no money. I want you to go straight to jail. just go straight to jail. Don't do nothing. Don't pass go. Go right across the board and go straight to jail. Look, I be back here like I want to be on my little scratch on the turntables. In a minute, I am sure I'm talking about DJ Sweet Pea, boy. Like, ooh wee, let me get it in. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Oh boy. So for all of those that have not been over to, who have not signed up for Discord, I am going to drop the link for Discord just in case you haven't been over to Crime Club. Crime Club is like Fight Club. What goes on in Crime Club stays over there in Crime Club unless you fall asleep. If you fall asleep, then I'm probably gonna come over there and say something. But you know, it is what it is. So I'm dropping the link for you to sign up for the Discord. It's free. That's where movies and films and all types of stuff go down. Different people hosted on different days. Yeah. So there's the link if anybody wants to sign up. And we will kind of go from there. In regards to that part. So tomorrow, I already put out the notification and set us up for trial for tomorrow morning. It's going to be starting at 7 o'clock. Yeah, I think I got it starting at 7. Mountain Standard. Wait, 7 Pacific time. Let me see. Okay, yeah. 7 a.m. And then I think that's going to be, that should be 10 a.m. East Coast time. And then I think that's 9 o'clock Central time because we are in Tennessee with our boy Blazer Taylor. You know, I guess, I don't know. He wanted to give his girlfriend a whole bunch of Coca-Cola. And I don't know if he was just trying to have a miscarriage, but he done took her and the baby out. Allegedly. Let me say allegedly. So I thank you guys for hanging in here with me. Shout out to the mods. Definitely shout out to the chat. I appreciate you all hanging out. We'll be back up in this joint tomorrow morning for another. Well, tomorrow shouldn't be a 12+ day. We really only got one main trial that we're going to be working on. We got closings for this tomorrow, and then we got one main trial that we're going to be working on. So you definitely don't want to miss the testimony. So my people that's on the West Coast, the best coast, if you can get up, come on and make it on in. If not, you'll be on the rewind team. I'm almost sure her friend testifying tomorrow morning. I think she's going to be the first witness. Mark my words. They telling the story. They putting it in play. They doing piece by piece by piece in regards to how they present their evidence as far as the state. I can't see anybody else coming up to the stand tomorrow besides her. We gotta talk to her. She gotta be on the stand first, and I think she's gonna be a long one. I definitely think she's gonna be a long one. You know, I think they're gonna long stroke us tomorrow with her. And that's okay, because I'm here for it. I want her to tell us all the tea. Clock it. That's what I want. All right, guys. Well, you guys have a wonderful evening. I'll see you guys in about 12 hours. Peace. Oh, I can play our outro song, right? Yeah.
When Sweet Pea taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars on patrol, chatter showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapist you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Marilia from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we're forever taking to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Fowler brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. Then Zach's chosen, causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we're forever taking to trial. Take it to trial. Shamrock keeps us trending, replay queen. Holding down the algorithm like a machine. Estes razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores chasing nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white claws, way managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside, would take sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready till he burns the fat queen. Receipts on tap, Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard live, try support her with pride. Melly shows up a family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. And Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Barker loves her grand, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors straight up sublime. Barbara biggest supporter, heart kind and vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvy, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. Mods and chatters, yeah, this love is something rare. A courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever taking to trial. Sweet Pea in the mouth and the chat we adore. This isn't just a channel, it's a family. And we couldn't ask for more.